Наши люди, наш support. Squad game with the Lord. Most high word. Match 100%. For sure 100%. Proud 100%. UA 100%. Match 100%. For sure 100%. Proud 100%. I do 100%.
Yeah, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, yeah, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, faced with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Taking our time, rocking them clowns, rocking them shades we rolling, making things loose, let's make it best too. Taking our time, rocking them clowns, rocking them shades we rolling, making things loose, let's make it best too. Ay, 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 ay. Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixing, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work,
wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Mobile Legends Season 1. You guys are obviously looking at our buddies from the Malay broadcast, but do not worry, as the suspense will be lifted very, very soon. But for those who are just tuning in, this is day number 4 of this epic battle. We still have 6 more teams of 6 more Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from multiple regions that can square off. My name is Husky. There we are, alongside my buddy Contra, bring you guys the rest of the evening.
I just love that we have a little bit of a shape-shifting moment out there, but of course we are in for even more Mobile Legends action throughout the course of the week, where we'll see all these up-and-coming teams across Southeast Asia to contend. And they've already secured their slot into this challenge stage, and therefore today they'll be looking to secure themselves some hefty prize money.
Absolutely. And just for those who have not caught up with all of our play days, don't worry, your favorite teams playing from today onwards have already secured a slot in the challenge stage, and it's all about the prize pool. But of course, some glory and bragging rights are still on the line. We have 2 eliminations, best of 3 for this evening. So buckle up, Buttercup, because some of these teams are packing up.
That's right. And speaking of which, we're already moving into that low bracket run as well, where we are already seeing some of all these rising stars really stepping up to the plate. Well, I hope that there's a lot more things that they've also managed to work on as they are looking to try to get into the challenge stages with perhaps a better seating into the brackets. Now, let's take a look at the entirety of the format. If you're here for the very first time, welcome on board the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends. It starts with the open stage, where we got open qualifiers 1 as well as 2, and only the top 3 teams from each of these qualifiers will be able to actually make it to the cut. So the first team gets directly into the challenge, whereas second and third, they move into the open finals.
Absolutely, and open finals is where we're at right now. We have 16 teams to start things off, but only 8 teams will qualify for the challenge stage, and we've already gathered those 8 teams. So at the end of the open finals, these 8 teams will join the 8 teams from the open qualifiers in the challenge stage, where the final 4 will be playing in the challenge finals to be ultimately crowned the best MLBB team in Asia Pacific.
Exactly, and now we're already in the open final stage, as we did mention before. Today we'll be having the lower bracket run to see who will get into the, lower bracket finals, as well as later on we'll see who gets the first place finish, and then they will move into the challenge group. But more so than not, most of the teams have already made it into the top 8 by the past run that they had, and I do believe that now it's all about showing the power level that they have against all the rest. And let's see what we've got here on the table. It's $2,000 up for grabs for those that made it to the top spot. And of course, we still have a pretty hefty sum on second place with $1,006, $1,004 for third placing, $1,200 for fourth placing, and from 5th to 6th, they walk with $900 for 7th to 8th. Everybody gets a little bit of money, and of course you want to get a whole bulk load of that if you could. So that's $500 for 8th as well as 7th.
Yeah, so the 2 teams that got $500 are Aero 404 and Miracle Gaming. The rest are still up for grabs, but this will be the challenge season prize pool, which will start next week onwards. So the teams that wins the entire challenge stage will get $20,000 US all the way down to $1,250 for 7th and 8th. So there are 16 teams in the challenge group stage to start things off. Only 8 will have their hands on a bit of that prize pool.
That's right, but for those that have been able to make the cut through the open qualifiers on first seed, they have already guaranteed themselves some money, so that's kudos to them. Whereas, of course, the teams that have already made the cut for top 8, everybody will at least get a minimum of 1.25K in the bank already. Of course, they really have to spread out with the rest of their teammates. And with that being said, let's have a look at the brackets for the entirety of the evening. We'll start off with our first matchup with Evo Esports versus Tiger Wong Esports, and then later on, we'll see SINAI Esports take on ALVA 8.
Yeah, so in the upper bracket, we start off with, Evo Esports. They actually had a decent run. They 2-1 the Malaysian team Miracle Gaming, but they eventually got 2-0 by GameLab. PB and Strike also had a pretty similar journey where they basically 2-1 Aero 404 and 2-0 SINAI Esports afterwards. So these 2 teams are now sitting very comfortably in the upper bracket finals, which we will see on a later day. But the lower bracket was an absolute bloodbath. Tiger Wong Esports, absolute dominance, 2-0ing both their opponents so far. Whereas for ALVA 8, equally dominant. They had to go to a 3-game series against Miracle Gaming, but they closed it out incredibly strong. So today we get Evo Esports against Tiger Wong Esports in the first series, and of course, like you mentioned, SINAI Esports and ALVA 8 to close out the night.
Exactly, and when we take a look into the top half of the bracket, we've already got ourselves a booking of a match between the Titans, GameLab versus PB and Strike. So we've already seen GameLab to be a well-rising star in terms of their organization and what they have been able to brought forward. And it's not only in Mobile Legends, they've also invested in multiple different genres as well. So it's great to see that they are making their way very far into this open final stage itself. So as for today, we'll start off with Evo Esports taking on TWE, and later on, Sway versus AES.
Absolutely. Both are elimination series, both are best of 3, and by the end of this evening, we'll get our top 4 squads, and then that's where the real battle begins. But from the repertoire of these 4 squads, we've all seen them on screen at least once throughout the past 3 days of broadcast last week, so we get a good idea of what these teams are capable of. And coming into the first series, EVO against Tiger Wong, I think Tiger Wong definitely does feel like one of the crowd favorites because they have 2-0 both their lower bracket series up to this point. But we gotta take a look at the top picks first to give you guys a good idea of what has transpired last week. Fredrin, Valentina, and Moskov are the top 3 most popular heroes that all these teams go for.
Yeah, and overall, I think like it's really necessary that if it's being left available in the draft, the other teams will actually have to pick up such a pick, because Fredrin has been running rampant even across most of your solo ranked games itself, and Valentina kind of self-explanatory, right, when it comes down to what you want to execute on your draft, and suddenly you see a Valentina on the opposite side. Suddenly she gets to use all your ultimates available.
Yeah, it's incredibly. I think we've seen that pattern. Fredrin has become such a must-pick or ban hero that a lot of teams are just putting their attention on him. But there are certain drafts that are not too worried about Fredrin. We'll see if that's going to be true today. But let's take a look at our first juggernaut of this evening. It's none other than EVO Esports. We've seen them from day number 1. We're going to see them again moving into day number 4. Upper, Your Name, Flash1, Piston, and Zanri. And of course, last week we kind of went through how Zanri, play for IDNS. He still is using the IDNS tag, but Piston and Flash1 has stolen a lot of the spotlight on both that gold laner and the mid laner.
Yeah, overall, this team have definitely had impeccable skills on top of their great coordination when it comes down to executing an entirety of an objective. So therefore, we expect to see a little bit more of that feistiness from minute 1 onwards, to have a little bit more of that contest. So all eyes are on the names, like you said, Flash, Piston, as well as Zanri, where they will be able to have a pretty stable start. But I really want to see on the opposing side, what do they have to offer?
This is a scary team, Tiger Wong Esports. They had the fastest game in the entire Open final so far, 10 minutes and 20 seconds on day 3 last week. And this team's composed Rexley, Seishiro, Rins, Saffril, and Adadi Dureido. But don't let their names fool you, because just like the team name suggests, this team is ferocious. No bars hold, incredibly aggressive, very precise, and it really feels like there's nothing that can stop this team.
That's right, and overall, I think like this team itself have already showed exemplary effort, especially when it comes down to running through the gauntlet of that lower bracket. They just show no signs of stopping. They've been hitting everybody with a 2-0 streak. And now, let's look at both sides of the Roma, where we compare stats between Zanri as well as Dari Duredo.
Yeah, and of course, the numbers might give an impression that Zanri has just higher average, but remember, the games that EVO Esports play are significantly longer than what Tiger Wong Esports had to endure. So with how fast Tiger Wong Esports are closing out their series, there's very less time for you to rack up those numbers. But at the end of the day, I think Zanri has shown us very good initiative. He has been setting up a lot of game-winning plays for the team. Whereas for Dari Duredo, despite how good the team is performing, I still feel like we haven't seen all of what he can offer.
Yeah, and overall, this will definitely be quite the challenge for most of these players out here. And all of this is being played in the best of 3. Therefore, whoever gets that first-hand advantage is going to be so important. And when it comes down to, selecting sides from the draft itself, I think the pressure starts from there. Like, what do you really want to ban away? Do you just go for the staple meta bans, like what we saw on those high win ratios as well ban ratios? Or do you want to leave some of that open so that you could basically pick up a Fredrin of your own?
Yeah, we've seen several iterations of that, where some teams, they leave Fredrin aside, and some teams, they decide to prioritize that Fredrin. I'm very glad that for this first series, I think Fredrin would not only be a highly contested hero, but some teams would opt to let heroes like Joy, who is very, very crucial in the first phase, to go through. We've seen a couple of Joy games, and most of them ended in a victory as well. So I think the onus is definitely on EVO Esports to really figure out what Tiger Wong wants to do. Maybe you guys have a different idea. So if you're watching right now on Twitch, BUTWHY.TV. Let us know in the chat down below which team you think is going to continue their run in the lower bracket, because by the end of the first best of 3, one of these teams will have to say goodbye to their tournament lives. But again, don't feel sad if your favorite team gets eliminated, because they have qualified for the challenge group stage.
That's right. And with that being said, they are going to contend for a whole lot of money. So whoever gets all the way to grand finals will have a chance at $2,000 US. And with that being said, I believe the drafts are about to run into its course. And therefore, a few things that we probably want to eye on is, you know, who really gets into some of all these picks, like we said.
Yeah.
Joy, being the first ever tank marksman, has been very difficult to be dealt with. And I think, like, teams are still trying to figure out, like, whether or not is it really the biggest problem on the block.
Yeah, I think Joy has, we haven't been able to see too much of this hero, which is why it's hard to pinpoint where she stands. But one thing is for sure, Joy is a very, very agile hero to catch. And I think our prediction also says a very compelling tale, right? Where as much as I am hyping up Tiger Wong Esports to be a very formidable team, I still think that Evo Esports has a better chance. And I'm backing it all on Zanri's leadership to kind of help them pull through. And I hope that's a reality. But yeah, Joy, haven't seen too much of her, but every time we see Joy, it just poses such a big issue in terms of the draft. It's one of the safest XP lanes, safest blind pick that you can get, and there's actually not much heroes that can effectively deal with Joy in and out of lane. So I think teams would still look for that first phase elimination, but I want to see what they have in mind, because I still feel like Joy is, I'm not going to see much Joy, but I could be wrong.
Well, we'll definitely have to take a look at that. Of course, you guys definitely want to check out some of all this great stuff that's being offered on the table, and especially, you know, like, well, amazing deals coming from Gachi Shop. You could basically pick a visit if you want to top up some diamonds as well. So, yeah, going back to what you were mentioning as well, like, there's so many other priority heroes, right? We also have Eve that is still pretty much relevant for you to basically create high impact plays in team fights. So there's just a lot of things that teams really have to think about when it comes down to how to manage which pick goes first. And sometimes you just really want to go for those safe options like you mentioned.
We've seen kind of this rock, paper, scissors formula where if I see an Eve, I'll go Valentina, but if I see a Valentina, I'll go for Xavier. Sometimes you see a Farsal get thrown in the mix, which I think is really, really fun, because these mid laners generally have incredibly high impact from mid to late game, which is something that has been a theme so far in this tournament. So I'm excited to see if that continues. We've seen pretty sick Valentina picks lately in the past few days, and I think these two teams, they definitely would want to consider that hero for that first phase. It has been a very highly contested mid lane pick for that first phase as well.
That's right. With that being said, I believe the drafts are up and ready. So let's run into our first games draft between both Evo Esports as well as Tiger Wong Esports.
Yeah, absolutely exciting to see how this first game pans out, because Evo Esports is back on that blue side. It is kind of a side that I think they are generally more comfortable on. You get that first pick priority, you get to really dictate how your opponents want to ban against you. Sometimes when you're on that red side, there is that bit of pressure, right? My opponents are good in certain heroes, we have to ban it out, but sometimes you can force trades, like, alright, we'll leave two choices on the table. Do you want to take the red pill or do you want to take the blue pill? And I think Evo Esports now, they have the dictatorship to do that.
Yeah, exactly so. And as we take a look at Evo Esports, they've already unveiled their very first ban, and therefore I wonder what Tiger or Wong would actually respond with. And we're already seeing them actually going in for a 1-1 ban.
Yeah, very, very straightforward. Very surprising that Evo Esports are thinking and actually went for the Faramis ban. We actually, I think the new patch has already went live. And just for all of our audience out there, if you are wondering, is Arlott available? Right now, no. But teams can start picking Arlott when the challenge group stage roll around. So just be a bit more patient. You would see that incredibly busted XP lane very soon, but you know, you just gotta be a bit more patient. Edith, though, getting banned, loving this one, has been incredibly popular, very tanky, deals a crap ton of damage. The only thing that she lacks is mobility, but honestly not too big of a deal if you can just smash your lane early on.
True enough, and then overall, I think like this also opens up so much opportunity to really dictate the final ban and leave so many options available for Evo Esports when it comes down to the first pick, because now pressure is on the side of Tiger Wong Esports, where you really start to consider you want to negate any form of threat coming in, and looks like they do respect the Fanny coming out of Evo Esports, as they will be removing that from play.
Yeah, I honestly was thinking whether if that Fanny ban is going to appear on Evo's side, because Tiger Wong Esports, they do play the Fanny, they do play assassin junglers, right? You have the Ling, I believe, that they did play, that I believe Gugun, he did play the Ling in one of the games last week, and that was kind of a complete wipeout. So that one is still on the table, whereas for Evo Esports, now you really got to start thinking. You have the Glue, you have the Eve, you have the Joy, you have the Fredrin. All of them are still on the table, and Evo Esports, they go for the Kaja ban, which is an indicator that maybe they are considering a potential assassin jungler. You have the Hayabusa still on the table as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a high threat hiccup where we did get ourselves a final ban. I believe that's a Joy?
Yeah, there is a Joy ban.
Yeah, and now, immediately they go into lock in the Glue, and Evo Esports, they really want to gel things up all together. But Tiger Wong, they have that priority over on the Moscow because they left it out in the open. And you just look at the win ratios, 78%. I believe that Evo Esports might be sweating a little bit, but we still have a lot of great options when it comes down to mid lane. And we're also looking at things that you need to counter this Frederick.
Yeah, it is kind of like the trade. You know, I think Evo Esports are really considering, like, who do you want to let go? And honestly, I think Blue is not too bad of a pick. They had the Martyrs as well. This one is going into the jungle for sure. Very strong jungler. Just the crowd control immunity itself can be very, very annoying to deal with. Though the Moskov does solve a bit of that Glue problem when he goes into that ultimate and splits into little blobs. Your piercing bolts can definitely destroy him if you manage to land a couple of auto attacks. But the Claude coming through is something that we haven't seen from Evo Esports. It has been picked only 3 times across 6 series so far. It's the 4th time that we will see him on field.
Yeah, as for Evo Esports on the first phase itself, it's already giving you a little bit of hindsight of how they really want to handle all these team fights, where you try to lead in with the Glue, and then after that, you set up for a really good decimate if it's possible, and you definitely have the Claw to wither them down. Just running through the gauntlet. And Tiger Wong Esports just have such an amazing draft so far. They've been landing their hands on the Valentina, so whatever Evo Esports can do, they can opt to do the same with her around.
And now you immediately see the Farsoul ban, right? There's not too much choices for Mage left on the table. I think Tiger Wong Esports are not too worried about, you know, that roamer for now. They haven't reviewed their XP lane, they haven't reviewed their roamer. Whereas for Evo Esports, they've already reviewed, I believe the Glue could be an XP lane or a roamer, but essentially they've reviewed both marksman and jungler, right? So Lapu Lapu gets banned, the E finally makes it to the final ban from Tiger Wong Esports. I was waiting for that to come true. And right now, Evo Esports, they actually don't have too much of a choice. You gotta somehow secure that XP lane. This is a team that plays the Dyrov, and it is the only team so far that's played an XP Dyrov. There is still a window for that, right? If you put this Glue on the roam roll, then you can see the Dyrov XP, but I don't know how good it's going to be. Actually, not Evo, sorry. That was Miracle Gaming. Evo doesn't play Dyrov. I just remembered. But either way, this is not going to be an easy ban. So they banned the Yuzhong, a strong XP laner that Tiger Wong would consider. Not much choices left on the table though.
Yeah, and looking at the options available, I'm wondering what does Tiger Wong do with it, because they've already withered down the mid lane option, and therefore Evo Esports is currently scratching their head. You still need something with a little bit more of that crowd control for a setup for Evo Esports, where I think like when it comes down to damage numbers, they are already in check. Whereas Tiger Wong, they also do need a massive frontliner for themselves, so that when it comes down to battles, they will be able to do much, much more. They're going to leave it down to the very final few seconds to go in for this pick, and Sapphire was just taking his sweet time. I wonder what exactly will be the best case scenario here, and they went in for the Terizla, just what they needed.
First Terizla of the entire Open Finals, and honestly, there's not too much choices. All your great XP laners have been banned out. No Lapu, no Yuzhong, no Joy. It's kind of, you know, in his spot, right? There's only so much XP laners that teams prefer, so we kind of are going down the hierarchy. Though I think Terizla isn't too bad of a pick. If you can get the penalty zone, then you definitely give the rest of your team a lot of avenues to work with. But the thing that Terizla lacks is definitely mobility. So Evo Esports, they have that Julian. It's not easy to catch, and they have the Ruby to really play disruption, you know, in those team fights. One thing to stop that though is definitely the Kufra. Hard counter to Ruby, you basically shut her entire passive down. So TigerWONG Esports still have a couple of solutions.
I really do love how each team is coming with some pretty big, massive idea of how they really want to handle those team fights. For TigerWONG Esports, they will try to look for those picks, especially if you do get some really good setups coming in from the Kufra. Whereas when it comes down to Evo Esports, it's just full-on 5 versus 5. TigerWONG still has a couple of options where they're looking for certain splits as well. And remember this, if you let TigerWONG Esports scale into the late game, you just got massive damage numbers to be offered from all of their members.
And watch out for Valentina. I think that one ultimate that she wants to steal is definitely the Ruby ult. That could really turn the game around. And it is, I think, the first time that we are seeing the Julian mid as well from Evo Esports. And this is where it gets interesting, right? We get a fresh patch. We get kind of a fresh week. Teams have been able to do a couple of prep. And we get to see how they are going to really show up this lower bracket.
That's right, and I just definitely want to keep my eyeballs on Evo Esports, where when it came down to the draft itself, we thought that they would actually go in for, you know, the golden tree ratios where we saw on the win rates where Fredrin was left available. They didn't go in for that insta-lock, but they pick up glue, which is something that's really strong for them to be able to sustain. And I think like they do have some high confidence in this form of draft itself, where they are really relying on those 5 versus 5 on those main objectives. So when it comes down to lot battles, I think like that's where it's gonna be very, very explosive from both sides.
Yeah, I think that Julian really has to get a decent lead for himself. I'm expecting that this Julian is most likely going to go for the mystery shop. You hit your item spikes quicker, and you just am able to do a lot more. But again, from the side of TigerWONG, there are ways to stop all these the entire draft of Evo Esports. One Kufra bouncing ball, it stops so much that Evo wants to do, considering that almost the entire team has some form of dash. So I'm looking for Daddy Dudedo on this Kufra to really kind of nail it onto Evo Esports. We'll see though if Evo can show us something different. It's game number 1 of this lower bracket series, Evo Esports against TigerWONG Esports.
That's right, let's get it on, as we are already seeing both sides being up close and personal. First, it's just a little bit of calm before the storm, where they're just establishing a little bit of middle control, where Daddy Dudedo has already zoned Zamri off the way, whereas Zamri could only hold back ever so slightly. You can see Flash One already getting significant pokes coming in for this Julian.
Yeah, it's one of the banes of Julian, you know. Before level 3, it's very hard for you to lane. The skills are great cooldown, you don't necessarily do a lot of damage, your range is very short, and obviously the bulk of your power comes from having level 3, being able to cast all 3 skills at once and kind of juggle with that passive. So prior to that, we are definitely expecting Flash One to not have lane priority. And early invade comes in, Zamri already dropping low, and Rin's able to push him out of that jungle. Can't get any invade done, but TigerWONG are off to a decent start.
Yeah, and I love that it also gave a lot of room for respect, because what could you possibly do? You can burst Ruby so early on in the game, and therefore giving a little bit more territory to work with. But we do see a big catch onto Opper. Well, they should be able to walk away. They understand that they still need to actually get into the right levels. Once they do have their Elden Stone, I think like that could be quite the huge pickoff. Whereas now, a little bit of a battle for the little wander. Whereas over on the top end of the spectrum of the map, we see pretty much a stable lane going for Gugunshira, as well as, well, what I do believe is the Claude, where Bistanet will be on the hero.
Yeah, so far, Bistan has been really showing up in the games that matter. But, you know, Sappho, he was the only guy that got a Savage, I believe. Actually, was Sappho? I don't remember. But I remember there was a Savage last week. Either way, Turtle fight going to kind of be started. An instant engage onto that Glue Opper. having to use that flicker to get out. You see that Moskov comes through a good Ruby pull on the tree. WONG Esports though playing this cool, calm and collected, no rush needed, and just like that they've been able to force EVO Esports away.
Yeah, as they go on for a quick reset, they will not be able to contest for Turtle for the time being, whereas Opera is still in a pretty dangerous situation where he could be able to be close to the pond on. Whereas the rest of EVO Esports will have to react into this Turtle takedown where WONG is currently giving them a little challenge. Dadidudedo spots out 3 though.
Yes, very easy Turtle take. Opera didn't have flicker, didn't have that ultimate, so there's no way that they can contest this. And WONG, they didn't have to use much, you know, in that exchange. So it's a very collected objective take. EVO Esports already kind of, you know, struggling, trying to find a window in. And while that was happening, I just realized that Flash One actually took that Petrify. So he's really looking to make those plays happen, but he's not given space.
Yeah, not at all. We just look at the course of the battle for the time being. It's Piston getting chased upon, but the rest of EVO Esports reacts, and they secure the first blood for Flash One.
That's the Petrify going to work. Flash One getting that first blood, icing on the cake. That's what you want as a Julian. I actually went for the Magic Worship instead of the Mystery Shop, so a lot more burst, which is completely fine. You have 3 bulky members on the side of WONG, and once you get that third item, you can definitely kind of shred. I think we were looking for the Genius One item timing for Flash One, but this is the start that you want. And now he's going to be able to shove up that wave and really start matching Rinse in that mid lane.
Yeah, it's so crucial for him to be able to get that pick itself. Now he will be able to ramp up this speed, where we saw early on they were trying to suppress him overall over in mid lane. And now that being said, WONG did get that turtle as well. We do have, you know, slight advantages coming in with the goal as well as EXP for the time being. But eventually, EVO Esports, if they continue to find those opening of the pick, they can rinse and repeat, and they're already eyeing onto this Terizla. Still very difficult to dive at Terizla in particular. I don't think that they really want to overcommit for this. Whereas, over on the top end, EVO Esports got to respond.
Looking for a dive. Saffriel keeping his distance. It's a decent attempt. They have that cannon. They have that ranged minion, but unfortunately, you just cannot get close. Not with Zanri hanging around. Because they're on top side, they do concede turtle control. The EVO Esports, they are already ready. Well, at least they have offer at the vicinity, but WONG Esports making a beeline towards that objective.
For the time being, the rest of EVO Esports seemingly have spotted out Rexley, but they know that this is still a little bit of a dicey situation. They don't really have everybody out there, as we do see the Julian to be over our top lane, and that's where it's just a little bit of a tug of war going on before anybody fully commits. But WONG, they do have the numbers advantage if they really want to go for it.
And now WONG having to take this fight. They're able to pull the glue in, but it is a glue though. Oppa able to survive through the initial burst, and a good pull from Zanri, dragging WONG Esports in. The full fight breaks out. You have that ultimate from this Kufra, and he will pick up the kill onto your name. Martis is already down. Valentina chasing down Zanri. Flash One, can you do enough though? It's only 1 kill. Unfortunately, 1 is just 2 less in the situation. A flicker forward from Dadidudedo, landing onto Flash One, forcing him backwards. WONG Esports not wanting to give up on this kill. This Julian is pretty much done and dusted. They knock him back into a wall, and it's 4 for WONG.
My goodness, they just basically baited the entirety of EVO Esports to be cornered up, and then you just see a perfect initiation coming from Dadidudedo as well. Just clipping each one of them, and there's just not much wiggle room for them to actually run out. And for most part, majority of them don't really carry a flicker, and even when they do, most of them not. They're not even mobile enough to actually get right in. This is where EVO Esports, they're trying to find an opening, but there's still overwhelming numbers coming from WONG. Another turtle for WONG Esports.
This is a WONG that we saw last week, and they're still on form. One of the banes of EVO Esports right now is, sure, you have a team fight, the comp, but fighting into WONG is very, very hard because you have skills like Penalty Zone, you have the Valentina Fear, you have the Fredrin in the mix. It is so hard to kind of stack up. You kind of want to do that, but WONG Esports draft completely stops it. And you can see that EVO Esports, they committed every single spell for WONG, but in the end, the only person that they really took down was Gugun Seishiro, was the Fredrin, while the entire team was getting whittled down. by the rest of Tiger Wong, and they just didn't have the damage to cut through all these meat shields.
Yeah, and on top of that, I really had to commend once again the Tyrant's Rage was absolutely on point, knocking a few members over the corner wall. Now, back to the game as we go, 4-2. Though it was pretty much of a stable start coming from Evo Esports, I really want to see them putting a little bit more priority when it comes down to these objectives because they're really giving too much with leeway. And now Tiger Wong Esports, they're already knocking by the corner of the door and they're hoping to catch Resley, bringing him down, but this Valentina is just too strong.
One Sport, they just do not have the damage. You need Piston to be around to even have a chance. The Terizla is incredibly beefy, and Gugun, he just caught Flash 1 and the Appraisal Ray right in his face. It's a 1,100 damage. And mid lane, while Tiger Wong, they just died to tier 1 because they are so resilient. And look at that, they're juggling the aggro perfectly. Your Name can't even find an execute, and Gugun, he is between the two turrets and he doesn't really care. This is so far a beatdown from Tiger Wong.
Yeah, this is not what I was really expecting heading into game 1. Though they did manage to secure a Demon Hunter Sword coming in online for the side of South Korea, and this is going to hurt even more, having so much sustain already in the bag. Nothing much that they can do but to let that turret go. And Evo Esports just got to find an opening window. Now, Tiger Wong Esports is looking to secure the very first Lord. It's not empowered just yet, so perhaps this doesn't really entice them that much.
And I don't think they want to risk it either. Tiger Wong gets a free Lord. 9 minutes in, they already have that driver's seat control. Biston arriving too late on the scene. Biston, you are alone, my friend. Does have that port to get out. But Tiger Wong Esports, so far, almost a 7,000 gold advantage in under 10 minutes.
Yeah, overall, just ramping up to speed of what they really needed to do. Whereas, when it comes down to Evo Esports, it's only down to, you know, small little windows of mistakes that have put them into an unfavorable position. Whereas for Tiger Wong, I think they have already plotted out all these proactive moves across the map, and now they can go in for a little bit more of a split now that the Lord is slowly marching away. Oh, Biston, he's in trouble.
Thought he could get out. Danny Dunino from the corner clips it. And Evo Esports already losing that marksman. This is pretty much a done deal unless Zanri can save the game, able to knock them back. I mean, Your Name doing his best, but it's a Wow Moskov coming in from behind, and then Appraisal's Rave almost killing the Martis. Tiger Wong Esports trading 1, but they get 2.
My goodness. Just look at how lethal they are. Sappho just got so much spacing hitting into the back of the tower itself. And then when it comes down to that opening initiation, it just looks to be pretty difficult for Evo Esports to even handle, especially when you have your claw to be caught out like that. Lord will slowly wear it down, but they are looking to secure their turret. And my word,
the Moskov ult. I think it hit the glue in his ultimate, and I mean the spread damage just kills him. Your Name not long for the war as well. Can they at least get Saffro? I don't think they can. This guy's inspired and he's going to work. Killing spree, Flash 1 next to go. Woo! Saffro just going to town. They even knocked Piston into their own crystal. It's a ceremonial way to close out game number 1. Another 10-minute game in the back for Tiger Wong Esports. Just fast and furious.
Just looking ever ready and clean heading into this series as they secure themselves the first point of the best of 3. And now Team Evo will really have to go back to the drawing board as Tiger Wong Esports lead the way.
Not even remotely close in game 1. We saw a bit of a problem. And the problem is more of Evo Esports just don't really have the damage, right? Look at this replay. First big fight of the game. Every single spell thrown onto one Fredrin. And his Appraisal's Rate completely decimated the front line of Evo Esports, and the rest basically history. You need Flash 1 to come online. Piston needs time. But when all your lanes are losing, it's a tall order.
It is, and overall, it does really take a lot of resources for their lineup to be very much activated, where you not only have to babysit Flash 1 to ramp up to speed, sure, you got the First Blood, but what's right after? It feels like there is a little bit of a desynchronization of what exactly was the objective here when it comes down to what they want to achieve. You're not having the priority on the side lane, and I just felt like Tiger Wong Esports just give them no opportunity or even spacing across the map to be able to have a fair fight. And we saw they didn't even need minions to actually end the game.
Yeah, systematically dispatched. 13-3. I mean, Tiger Wong Esports, once again showing up on the board with a dominant performance. Is lethal as always. Evo Esports is back to the drawing board. They've been in this spot many times where game 1 they get completely crushed, but they come back the next with kind of a different approach in the draft, and they're able to kind of pull it through. They've done it 2 times, but against a team like Tiger Wong Esports, any margin of error can be did.
Yeah, overall, I just love that Tiger Wong Esports knew what their priority was when it hit into the draft, where they got most of all these hot picks available. Not only do you have Frederick, Valentina, I feel like they were given so much leeway when it comes down to the ban. Like, these are certain things that you have to look at, because the top 3 highest win rate heroes are all in the hands, and automatically, all of them are a threat, including with the Terizla that still offers a whole lot of damage when it comes down to the team fight as well. So it really felt like when it came down to those 5v5s, most often than not, Evo Esports came into this spectrum where, should I go for this hero or that hero? Like, do you want to pick off the Valentina first and later on be punished by all the other members instead?
Yeah, and it's also very hard, right? You have a Kufra, a Fredrin, and a Terizla. Julian can get to the back line. Claude can get there as well. So there are a couple of issues with the draft that we can address moving into game number 2. But for now, we just gotta thank all the people who made this a reality. First of all, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, When It Winning Matters. They are the one that spearheaded the entire idea, giving us all these amazing games to commentate and giving the players an amazing platform to show us what they are all about. But at the same time, we also got to thank Samsung Galaxy for being a part of this family. It's an honor, a pleasure having you guys. So check out the latest Galaxy S23 Ultra.
That's right, you can share the epic and level up your game with the Galaxy S23 Ultra, where it's just brand new, and I haven't got to get my hands on it just yet, but I'm really hoping that I'll be able to at least check that out.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, if you guys want to level up that adrenaline, you want to bleed green, you want a boost of energy, we have Monster Energy to thank for as well. Unleashing the beast within everyone. Check them out, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys are looking for the best deals, you want great deals and game top-ups, look no further than www.kachishop.com. That's the only pit stop you need for all your game top-ups.
That's right. So we're done and dusted with Game 1. In Game 2, I really do wonder if Evo Esports will have anything concocted up in their sleeves. So with that being said, we'll take a really short break. We'll come back for more Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Number 1 in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number 1 in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang.
on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a sun on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index, reflecting light. That's a princess business, my fate is strong. Standards are high, my crown so big, I'm a blast a lot. They don't know, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. I do 100%. Мы из Украины, братьям привет. Мы из Украины, сестрам привет. Более сила, это наш спирит. Мы без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, мили, жовто-сині колі, бро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила, наше слово, то є flow. А над нами тільки Бог. Лише з ним ми до перемог. Інші сітою.
What is up, gamers? We are back once again for the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and you're currently watching the lower brackets quarterfinal match as we have Evo Esports versus Tiger Wong Esports, with Tiger Wong taking a convincing lead in this best of 3.
Yeah, I'm not a zoologist, but from what I know, a tiger usually preys on a horse or a zebra, whatever you call Evo Esports. Or a seahorse, yeah, sure. But if you feed a tiger a bit too much, they are going to get complacent. Now, the question is, can we see those hoof stomps from Evo Esports to really taper this complete dominance from Tiger Wong Esports? And honestly, throughout the entire run, they haven't been really pressured to a certain extent. You know, they're getting all these quick wins, and you know, they really need someone to put them in their place. But of course,
Speaking of winning,
we gotta thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming once more for making this happen. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. For Tiger Wong Esports, so far, it's definitely a very important aspect in their lower bracket run, and they are looking fabulous while doing that.
Exactly, and overall, they just knew what exactly to do when it comes down to the execution of their draft. Everything was set into place just coordinatively. When you even saw in the initial few minutes, Tiger Wong have already got moves into the jungle to try to dictate the course of battle, and then after that, when you receive so much of that intel coming in from Daddy Do, you can basically work around this. Okay, the jungler's gonna path towards that direction, and then you saw the pressure would eventually became a little bit more immense, even though Tiger Wong gave the first blood away.
Yeah, and honestly, the first blood isn't really too big of a deal as the game progresses, right? So, two things that I think Evo Esports definitely lacked in their game number one. First of all, is kind of the means of engaging. You are relying a lot on that Ruby. It feels like a very reactive way to take on Tiger Wong. And the second of all is definitely that damage, right? We saw that Julian couldn't really do much once those front line from Tiger Wong Esports stacked up. Claude was not even remotely ready to fight at any stage of the game. I mean, the game ended too fast for him to even come online. So hopefully game number 2 will rectify that. I think it all starts with the draft, where the prioritization from Evo Esports were oddly safe. We saw the Glue, Claude, and Martis first phase, though I do feel like you could have went for the Valentina or the Eve, something that is strong for phase 1. See, we hope that changes, because they're back on that blue side.
That's right, and now they're probably opting to at least take out one of all these priority heroes that has been appearing in every single one of all these open qualifier match, and this is where they really have to think again. Sure, you're going to remove a few things like Edith, and maybe eventually Joy is going to be in the picture as well, but you got to also consider, like, do you want to at least get one of them for yourself? Therefore, Evo, starting on the blue side again, they really have to think about whether or not can they at least take out either the Fredrin or even, what you say, the Valentina.
And honestly, I think the Fredrin is a pick that Evo Esports probably felt more comfortable with. I think the glue prioritization can be overlooked to a certain extent. You need someone that has the potential to flex, right? Fredrin is a very, very good example. We see him mostly in the jungle, but if you really need him to be in the XP lane, you can put him there. The Fanny ban comes out this time from Evo Esports, which was what I was looking for in Game 1. For Tiger Wong Esports, they resume with the Joy ban.
Yeah, nothing too much have actually changed from the very first game itself, where it looks pretty much similar for the time being. And I'm really hoping to see Evo Esports really turn up the heat right here. One more ban before we go in for our first 3 picks. They have to do another Kaja ban, so I guess that they're hoping to perhaps stick with what they've got, and perhaps it's really down to the execution where they didn't really get those parties around the map. Whereas Tiger Wong Esports says, okay, we've already had enough fun with our own Moskov, we're just gonna take it off and we'll see what else is left on the table. And now, Evo Esports, they're looking to secure their own Fredrin. Better start for them.
Definitely a better start. You let the glue pass, yeah, it's not too big of a deal. Kaja, just a side note, Kaja has been very popular on that ban list lately because you just have this Divine Judgment, right? Game-changing ultimate. Tiger Wong Esports, taking the very obvious choice, picking that glue out for themselves. They still have one more pick. A lot of choices on the field. The mages, Valentina, Eve, if you want to go for that, sure. If you want to go for the jungle Mortis, it is also fine.
Like overall, Tiger Wong could basically go in for the same sort of party. You secure the Valentina and then heading to the second phase. Or it will force Evo Esports to at least show their hands right now. You should match up to my tempo of play. You gotta think about what you want to play in the mid lane, or else on the second phase, I'll just outright ban every single option and leave nothing much coming in for Flash 1.
And I think for the draft, again, when we go back to that first phase, what Evo Esports did in Game 1 felt a little bit more reactive. That's why when we looked at that mage role, there wasn't anything left. I do like the contest for the XP role where you see the slur of bans. We saw the Yuzhong and Lapu ban. You kind of forced Tiger Wong Esports to go down the list, but they didn't really secure anything strong for themselves, right? They put the glue in an XP lane. Sure, you are not going to lose the lane, but you need someone to facilitate that. Beatrix going to for Tiger Wong Esports. I love this pick. Gives you so much agency from early to late game. At the same time, it's one of those few heroes where if I don't have the Moskov, Beatrix is not too bad of an idea.
Yeah, and I do love the adaptation coming from Evo Esports as well. They secure themselves, at least their mid laner right now, and then you have more mobility in their kit, alongside with now a Lapu Lapu coming online.
Yeah, loving this Lapu Lapu outlook. And Tiger Wong, they respond with the Eve. That rock, paper, scissors. Farsa, Eve, Valentina, the Holy Trinity. So get to see that mid laners both locked in. Obviously for Tiger Wong Esports, you're looking to take out those marksmen, right? So Brody is going to go. That one's very clear cut. Maybe the Melissa, actually they decided to ban out the Claude. So really forcing a Biston onto an uncomfortable role, because it does feel like he wants the Claude more than whatever marksman is on the table. The Melissa, the carry now are the two options that Evo Esports can consider. But for them, it's still about banning out junglers. So Martis is a good way to start.
Yeah, I mean, when we look into the options available, we do want to consider other alternatives as well. Like, we still have things like Yi Shin being left online, but you kind of want to put it in the hyper in the jungle as well from time to time. So that's mostly the priority, but we already have, like, what, a Fredrin up available, so that's possibly not the most ideal when it comes down to the switcheroos, but it is still pretty much doable. Yi Shin can hold his own if they really want to go for it. Akai as well as Martis being locked away, and therefore Tiger Wong now gets to really select firsthand, and Evo Esports will really have to think about what else could they possibly supplement onto their current playing field, right? We've already got something that's really heavy on the front line, some bursts coming from the Farsa, and now we're looking at a Jawhead. So you expect Dadi to be the one on this hero.
Now, there's a high chance. I've seen a lot of jungle Jawheads lately, in normal ranked games. I'm not sure if this will be the case for Tiger Wong Esports, but it is an option for you to kind of hit that backline, right? Farsa goes into Feather S, right? She stands still. You just need someone to reach her. So in the event that this Jawhead goes into that roaming role, you still have many assassins that Tiger Wong Esports can consider, right? The Ling, the Hayabusa is still on the table. The fact that this Jawhead is unclear whether it's a jungler or a roamer, puts a lot of pressure on Evo, so they go for the Grok. I love this very much. You protect the Farsa, and you have the Melissa as well. Another layer of defense. You use that ultimate, you basically repel everyone from Tiger Wong Esports from your personal space. So this is a more solid draft compared to game 1.
Yeah, I really do like that the pacing that Evo Esports is bringing to the table as well. You have a pretty much stable early game, and so long as they could basically find certain leads. But the thing about this Grok is you really have to be very proactive around the map at the same time, so that we would be able to at least open up a little bit more window coming in for the Melissa, as well as later on Frederick to be able to at least be able to take charge and really come in from multiple angles. So therefore, Evo Esports does have decent amount of damage, but Tiger Wong Esports having the final pick right there, and we're already jet set and ready. So I wonder how much more impact could Gugun Shishiro do now that they secured themselves the Paquito.
Yeah, that's one way to navigate around these fights. You know, it's very, very hard to catch Paquito without a solid lockdown, and Evo Esports don't necessarily have the most lockdowns, right? It's very hard for the Frederick to taunt him. He is just going to bob and weave in and out of fights unless you catch him with the Grok wall. That is also going to be a tough task for someone like Zami to pull off. So Tiger Wong Esports coming in with different outlook, different ways to kind of dive the back line. And I'm excited to see this one because roaming Jawhead has fallen out of favor, at least in the recent meta. So seeing it back in play is definitely a breath of fresh air. Tiger Wong just need one more game to beat Evo Esports.
That's right. Now, with that being said, let's see whether or not can Evo Esports climb their way into the semifinals. With that being said, Tiger Wong needing only one more point to continue on with the 2-0 sweep, as they've been able to do that throughout the entirety course of the open brackets itself. Now, it seems like it's going to be a little bit of a change of pace, and we're already seeing Evo Esports being so proactive, just hoping to spot somebody out inside of the jungle, just camping for the time being, whereas a lot of priority is being set upon that EXP lane.
You really want to get this XP lane. Well, if you're Oppa, you're just trying to not lose against a glue. There's no heroes at level 1 or at in the early phase that can beat the glue head on. I mean, he's just going to continue doing this. Every time it hits you, he stacks his passive, he slows you, you reduce the damage dealt to him. It's very annoying, and Flashpoint is going to run straight into an ambush. Yeah, they were waiting for him, and a flash lock up. That is first blood, easily done. They even toss Opper backwards for a couple of uppercuts. That's 2 for 1 for Tiger Wong.
So much value with this early dive from Tiger Wong Esports, and it really felt bad for Flash 1, right? You're just rotating into that corner, and you just being caught out unsuspectedly. Blew the flicker immediately, and still didn't really have that wiggle room under that tower. Now, first, that will set this Farsa back a little bit more. But Opper, he's being blown up by Gugun Shishiro, immediately just having all these uppercuts being thrown. So, didn't look like it was going to be a fair fight after all.
Yep, there's a 2-0 Paquito at 2 minutes in. He is very far ahead. To make things worse, Fredrin doesn't rotate as fast, right? Compared to a Paquito, he is noticeably slower in these plays, and it's not his fault, it's just the heroes. That is just gonna walk straight into the jungle, sees that rip up, that orange buff getting taken. Rexy just gonna go in and attempt to steal it. Your name actually secures the Oppa, comes in with that Chieftain's Rage, able to get rid of the Jawhead. Rexy actually able to pull your name back. Lewis should have committed with a jab and a couple of punches to the face, and that's number 3 for this Paquito.
Zari just walks away with a slither of health. It could have actually been so much more. Could be a 4-pointer for Gugun Shishiro. But now that the dust has settled up, they will be able to eventually get their hands on the turtle, being uncontested by the rest of Evo Esports. But we at least see a little bit more retaliation from Evo, where they're hoping to at least get a little bit more of that shutdown. But as for most part, they are still playing catch-up against this really heavy blows that's being dealt by the rest of Tiger Wong. The Biston,
That's
we'll
one of
definitely
the-
need to deal with these waves.
One of the latest skin line, the collaboration with Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, Daddy Dorito tossing Zanri back. That is the grab. Better airstrike use as well. Daddy Dorito flicker to safety. Your name can't get in range for any sort of catch up. So again, Tiger Wong Esports just walking out practically with the full team alive.
Yeah, but at least they've been able to find a way to stabilize. Whereas Flash 1, so the Clock of Destiny, whereas it won't be too much of an opening pick right now as they've already hit that certain level in terms of power spike. They are still going to be looking for their major item, where most often than not, Evo Esports would still need to find a little bit more of EXP to be able to match up against what Tiger Wong could do. Wesley just goes ahead to challenge onto the orange buff. Meanwhile, nothing much has happened but over top end. I believe that was a better airstrike to be able to secure one for Evo.
Look at where the Paquito is. He is hiding in the wings. Better airstrike use as well into a good war charge. That's 2 knockouts for Evo Esports. Good recovery. Exactly what they needed. And Google Seishiro, he was expecting his teammates to bait it out, but the damage was just too much from Evo Esports, so I do love this attempt. And that being said, Tiger Wong, they still are causing a lot of problems. Rexy trying to cut that wave, and he's going to take the Chieftain's Rage, but there's not enough damage from Evo.
Wesley is just so tanky right now, and this is the reason why, you know, there's so many priority onto Glue, where you just have so much self-sustain, where whether if you're doing 1 versus 2 early, it's going to be pretty much alright, where you could just leave unscathed. Once again, Tiger Wong Esports will opt to initiate on the turtle, but they do find a little bit of opening pick over mid side. Flash 1 opting to utilize the flicker very early on, and Wesley continues to press against Opera.
Yeah, it is so obnoxious to play against. If it get tossed back by the jaw hit,
There we
pulled
go.
back by the Glue, that's going to be a knockout. 2 kills already going over to Tiger Wong Esports. And I don't know if you want to stick around if you're Flash 1, opting to just transform and go away. Tiger Wong have gotten the turtle for sure.
Yeah, at least they do have pretty much a safe space for Melissa to really farm up as much as possible. So if there's anyone to really change the tempo of play, it really has to be Piston. Now they get him a little bit of priority with the Predator airstrike as well. Cypher will just have to give a little bit of space. Unfortunately, not enough wave for them to go in for a dive.
Yeah, just easily dash. Daddy Dorito again seeing Zanri. His Grog given no quarter at all. Not able to do his job the way he wanted to. You normally just want to kind of walk into these brushes and open up the map a bit, but you have a jaw hit, and if you're not careful enough, you're going to get displaced and, you know, get taken out. And Evo don't really have a secondary way to kind of get these kind of space. You have that Fredrin, but he's kind of the less optimal option. You kind of get the wall off, but it's the Paquito. He can easily get out.
True enough. Evo Esports at least hold on to all of their turrets remaining. They could basically retaliate, but the rest of Tiger Wong Esports is just zoning them up. There is a little bit of cavalry coming in from the side of Zanri, but don't think that they will be able to hold on for much longer, whereas they're going for the dive. Gugun finds one again, and Zanri trades back.
Finally shut down as Tiger Wong, you know, a bit overzealous from Gugun. Gives that goal away to Piston, very much needed. And Daddy Dorito will also be forced to flicker. All things considered though, Tiger Wong, they did get that top tier 1 turret, which is still, you know, a better trade compared to what Evo has. So Daddy Dorito, getting a toss is your name. Fredrin should be fine.
Piston now having them on their sword, so we'll give them a little bit more of a longer sustainability in terms of that team fight already. So you expect Piston to be joining in all these team fights. They all congregate over a mid lane as they will have Rins looking for the side, and Daddy Dorito is just ready to go in with the unstoppable force later on.
Yeah. I mean, Glue is just having a great time. He is just cutting that wave. He has forced Evo Esports to rotate down bot, but also because the turtle has just spawned. Tiger Wong, they will have a bit of contest to deal with. Your name committing to it. Evo Esports in a better position. Google Seishiro, do you want to temper steal? He's gonna try, but he's just pushed out. And unfortunately for Rexy, he is in the thick of things. In the middle of 4 members of Tiger Wong. Gugun trying to go in, gets taunted by Your Name. He was waiting for that moment, and Piston gets a double.
Wow, that's a little bit careless if you ask me, because it looked like a half-committed fight, whereas Tiger Wong Esports had Daddy Dudedo as well as Rins to be holding back, whereas the turtle has already been slain, and after that, they take a 2-3 second window, and they went for it, which was not what we expect Tiger Wong to be doing, hoping to actually go in for the punishment, but instead they were one step being caught off guard. Evo goes into the secure turret of their own, as well we saw that form of battle happen on Turtle. Saffron actually got the turret from the top side.
Daddy Dudedo unfortunately gets dragged back, instantly slammed by Opper. Another pickoff. This is starting to become an issue. Evo Esports able to keep track of where Tiger Wong Esports are, and this is the first time in the series that they have a lead. So Evo Esports are trying to push it on the mid lane, but unfortunately it is not as easy. You have the B-Tricks that Rocket Barrage will kind of clear out the wave. Both teams trading a tier 2 on their on each side of the map, right? Top tier 2 down for Evo, bottom tier 2 down for Tiger Wong.
Yeah, and now Evo Esports definitely seem to have a better footing due to the amount of burst damage as well as a heavier front line to work with. So we understand why Tiger Wong Esports is being absolutely careful into getting all these initiation of the pick. Whereas they get themselves a little bit priority over onto the lane, but mid-side, the rest of Evo Esports is just charging through. Tiger Wong really has to give way to this point for a fight until Daddy Dudedo finds that pick.
Oh no, uppercut. Gugun almost just kills him in one combo. They had to build one to block it, and counter engage from Your Name. Good catch on the Eve. Rinse bit too far forward. Punished by Evo. Got the sniper coming through though. Re-engage from Tiger Wong. They want more. The taunt is enough. Gugun goes down. Rexy in the back line, and of course Saffron dishing out the damage, but Feather Airstrike is there. Air support from the Farsa takes out Daddy Dudedo. Saffron still alive, able to flicker the safety, and now turns around, gets the double. Rexy still tanking up damage in the front line. They just cannot get rid of the glue. It's an even trade by Rexy. He's have found the Farsa as well. Oppo forced to use the Cheese of Rage, but Rexy actually has enough passive, sticks onto it with the ultimate. The snipe almost connecting an even trade on mid lane.
And my goodness, this full-on fist fight from both ends is just looking sublime, where they're evenly matched with only 2 more members being left alive. And you thought that Wesley just went in trading. This is where we'll fight for the Lord once more, and Gugun Sashiro will be able to lead the charge, and they will catch out the rest of Evo.
Oh, Biston able to just get away in time. They actually caught him. The Saffron couldn't get in range for that ult. So Evo Esports mitigating their losses, only losing a Lord. They can still defend this. The fact that the mid-tier 1 is still up means that they have a decent line of defense, but someone has to deal with both side waves that have been set up by Tiger Wong early on. They might have to give up this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, especially over on the bottom side of the XP lane, definitely seemingly to have a very brittle turret, whereas Evo Esports is not really giving them any spacing at all. Instantly clears off the waves, and they should be able to at least hold on for the time being, while Saffron once again goes in charging from the bottom side. Now, it really opens up a lot more window for Tiger Wong Esports to really go in for a wraparound and look for these picks. And just look at Gugun, so much confidence just cutting them off from even getting anywhere close by the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, just completely stopping Evo Esports, but this is the right move from Evo. Don't really have the manpower. Daddy Dudedo, he's looking for an opening. Got the airstrike and real-world manipulation used. Daddy Dudedo going in, looking for a target. They actually were able to burst Rexley. That is the best case scenario to stop any form of aggression.
They just full force tunnel into Resley, and you just saw how much damage the Feathered Airstrike actually did all the way to the back. Even with Rins just committing to real world manipulation, that we don't really see too much that they could actually do. They just wanted to zone the rest of Evo Esports away. And sure, they got a turret. We got one exchange in the name of it. So I guess it's still pretty much decent for Evo, at least getting one back.
Definitely a closer game. We're just within kind of the range of 1 to 2,000 gold difference. In fact, right now it's just a mere 1,000. Another good news, it has extended past 10 minutes. Not a usual sight if you are Tiger Wong Esports, but this is the kind of games that you would expect. Evo, they takes a bit of time to kind of adapt. The game 1 was a beat down, but they definitely have switched it up. The next Lord will be very crucial, but I think another thing that Evo needs to start fixing is that side lane. They need to get that top tier 1 down to have more space to work around that Lord pit. And that's exactly what they would do. Oppa accomplishing that. Just purchase his oracles half a minute before Lord spawns.
Yeah, and you just look at that. Tiger Wong Esports, as much as they're losing some of all these battles, it was still pretty much a close fight, and they're just basically playing the macro game so much better. Now, you got Immortality up online, and as well as a Perforce Breastplate. This is going to be a much more tankier Tiger Wong that Evo really has to face.
Yeah, and I like that pickup from Riz, honestly. It gives you survivability, and Evo Esports, they have been coming very close in destroying Rins in a lot of these team fights. That extra defense is very much appreciated. And obviously Evo Esports now, they have information that Tiger Wong is doing this. The Jawhead is still hanging around that bottom jungle. So Evo Esports essentially have a 3 versus 3. Oppa was able to cut that top wave. And Evo, they're making sure that this Lord is not getting resetted.
Yeah, and then this time around, they were really down to really low health force. And actually, Evo,
that's a
get it away.
As a free Lord, I mean, Tiger Wong, you kind of dropped the ball a bit. Desynchronization in terms of comms, but how did they get something in return? Piston, first to go. Gugun sticking onto Oppa, forcing the flicker, the feather airstrike, immense damage, forcing Saffron back. The glowing wand was enough, and the magic worship. The DOT stacking up. Now they use the reward manipulation. Gugun, how much more damage can you do? Immortality popped as well. Gugun forced to retreat, but they're chasing in Flash 1. Looking for a bit more. That's the mega kill for this Farsa. And Tiger Wong have completely botched that attempt. Evo Esports striking back hard with 4 kills and only losing Biston.
How did they actually let the Lord go? They've already got that priority in Rins.
No!
He's got to run, but there's no way that he could basically escape from the raffle, the fair airstrike. And it was all the plays being set up by Flash 1. He just got the perfect snipe. And now it's only Dade to deal with this Empowered Lord. And it takes like, what? An average of 15 over seconds before they even come back up online. Evo Esports coming back.
This is going to be incredibly tough. Saffrio cut off from his front line. Daddy Guido taunted up, forced to flicker, draw attention away. Saffrio immediately forced to cancel his own down the way with the feather airstrike. Tiger Wong Esports, the last stand holding on the base. That he lost the jaw hit. Evo Esports still 5 men strong. Reckley kind of juggling that aggro. Google and Seishiro going in, but it's just not enough. Evo Esports strike back in game 2, and we got the series that we deserve. Game 3 it is.
What a comeback coming out of Evo Esports, and with Tiger Wong teasing that Lord, eventually to give too much room. Honestly, was that a big mistake from their part? Because we saw they had a lot of all their members circling around the corners, and come on, you just gotta react to it.
Yeah.
They gave too much time for Evo Esports to just secure the Lord by their own, and from that point onwards, there's no turning back.
We have to wait for that moment, because I honestly think it was one of the first big mistakes that we witnessed on screen from this squad, who has looked flawless so far. Most importantly is how it happened, right? Tiger Wong Esports, they start off the Lord. This was already after it was quote-unquote stolen, but they start the Lord. They saw Oppa cutting the top wave, and Gugun just decides to completely abandon mission. So he went from a 50-50 coin flip to just 100% security for Evo Esports. And this Farsa was perfect because Saffrio was not given any room to do much. Every time Saffrio shows up, goes into the SMG form and blasts his ultimate feather airstrike as a response. And of course, Zanri with that pixel perfect wall, basically sealing the game. Definitely one of the first and one of the most fatal mistakes from Tiger Wong Esports. And they can't bleed after all.
Yeah, and this being their first ever defeat, it might be actually overwhelming because it looked to be very much stable to the point that Evo Esports, they got nothing to hide. And perhaps Tiger Wong was thinking, hey, we're calling this one a bluff. And mind you, it definitely wasn't.
Nope.
Whereas Flash 1 had such an impeccable positioning heading into this matchup itself, where you saw how many takedowns he actually take right after Lord. I believe it was like triple.
Yeah. Honestly, this game, we are seeing almost the same thing that happened to Evo Esports in game 1, now happening to Tiger Wong, that they can't really get close, especially when you have Piston and Flash One sticking together, you would want to rely on Gugun to be the one to hit that back line with a couple of uppercuts, just assassinate the cores. The problem is the Melissa ult, it literally is called go away, and it repels any sort of dive. Dali Dudego can get in, the Paquito gets locked out, and your own marksman gets completely zoned by the Feather airstrike. So I love this iteration of Evo Esports. Obviously, this is not the cleanest win. You know, it was them capitalizing on the mistake of Tiger Wong, but it is a form that we do want to see from Evo Esports, right? Not going down without a fight.
Yeah, overall, we take a look at some of all these statistics as well. I think like it was pretty much an even distribution. Flash One's definitely been able to contribute majority of the damage inside of this matchup. And then you saw how this Paquito was going in for a glass cannon build alongside of an immortality. And then after that immortality pop, this is like, oh, looks like we really have gotta find ways to be able to sustain. So you start to see them really switching builds in between to try to cope with those overwhelming numbers where you mentioned they couldn't reach the back line, they had issues in terms of just finding ways to peel through, which is why they did second guess on committing to that lure.
It is definitely a difficult one, but now we know that Tiger Wong Esports aren't immortal. They can't be wounded. One more game to see who goes on in this lower bracket series, but as always, we gotta take a small breather and we'll come back to see which team will survive this lower bracket gauntlet. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin, nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht, ganz egal wo. Zusammen sind wir mutig und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt und singen so laut diese Melodie.
Once again, thanks for joining the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and now we got ourselves an even series where both sides have taken 1 point. Evo Esports pulled off a miraculous comeback by taking that Lord, winning that team fight, and now Tiger Wong Esports is under pressure.
Yeah, you know what they say, sometimes miracles are a form of divine intervention, but this one was kind of Tiger Wong's own doing.
Yeah.
I think the one thing on the line isn't just one of the team's tournament lives, but also my prediction. Because I have a perfect prediction streak. I'm 6-0 in my prediction. 6-0 in terms of losing every prediction. So, I mean, come on. I'm very close to breaking that one. And I'm very committed to continue being the loser. But at this rate, I'm getting a bit worried.
You're getting a bit worried because you're starting to actually get a win?
Yeah. You don't hear this every day. You don't see someone wanting to lose, but not me.
Well,
I'm committed to losing. Just as committed as one of our partners, Samsung Galaxy, is committed to making this a reality. And they have been a part of this project for such a long time. We're glad to have them. So do check out their latest product, Galaxy S23 Ultra.
That's right. It's perfect time for you to get your phones. And you know, if you want great performance, you definitely want this amazing gadget in your hands. And other than that, if you're looking for great diamonds and more, you can also visit Kachi Shop and you can game on with the powerful Poco F4 GT.
And I actually, one of our friends actually has the Galaxy S23. I think it looks fabulous. It's on my bucket list. I wish I would get my hands on that just in the near future. But with that being said, going into Game 3, I think this is definitely... I wouldn't... Like you mentioned it's a hard blow to Tiger Wong. I do think that they are going to look back again too and realize that we completely blew that one. So now it's back to kind of a more traditional gameplay. I think they definitely had an interesting idea. You want to kind of snowball a tempo in the early to mid game. They didn't get as much lead as they would have hoped for. So maybe Game 3 they would just kind of revert back to what they did in Game 1.
That's right, and perhaps that will be sufficient for them to actually pull through once again with the Valentina pick. It was left available early on, but it doesn't seem like either side of the party is looking to secure it, whereas I think like the option of going for the Farsa has really worked out for Flash 1 on the mid lane, where you see a little bit more of a high impact play once he does secure a hero that gives a little bit more mobility and still has that burst of damage and not worrying about getting up close and personal. So therefore, perhaps they will opt to run it once again. Well, for Evo Esports, I don't really see too much of flaws coming in, so they should be able to stick to what they have. Now, moving into the draft, Evo Esports continue on to be on the same side of the map for 3 games in a row, and perhaps the ball right now is on their court.
Yeah, they definitely have control again, getting to dictate that priority in that first phase. And I think, you know, that Game 2 draft that they came out with was just a lot more solid. The opening gave lesser room for Tiger Wong Esports to really target, and sure, they banned out the Brody and the Claude, but honestly, I feel like, you know, that Claude wasn't really a big issue, right? Eventually, Evo ended up with the Melissa anyways. Now we get to see almost the same bans, you know, we see the Edith, Kaja from Evo Esports, Tiger Wong, they banned out the 1-1. I assume the Fanny is going to be next, but no, so far it's the Joy.
Yeah, and basically it's the same exact bans that we are seeing. So perhaps it's really boiling down to the execution. Tiger Wong wasn't satisfied. It's like, hey, I'm confident that this time we're not going to let go of that Lord. So we'll see if we could basically challenge the rest of Evo Esports once again. So with what they've already read in terms of rotations, at the very least, Evo Esports, we saw a little bit more stability, especially with their roamers really doing a wonderful job. Like, I just like to see how your name could basically control the pacing of the matchup as well.
Yeah.
Whereas, I'm just hoping to get a little bit more out of Tiger Wong's mid laner, where they pick the Eve, but doesn't seem like they have that perfect setup for them to be able to have enemies sting under the real world manipulation.
Yeah, and Faram is banned coming up from Tiger Wong. It's kind of just to lock out the potential Ube strat that Evo Esports they have played in the upper bracket. Though that one was a loss, but they, it shows that they do have an option. So this opening pick, Fredrin, no surprise right there. It is common for it to go through. So Tiger Wong Esports maybe will consider the glue again, a glue +1. I'm expecting maybe they have the glue Moskov since it's let open.
Yeah, that would give them at least great sustain and heavy backline to be able to just shred through damage, and that also leaves Evo Esports to really think about, okay, how do we really want to find ways to get all the way to the back to catch this Moskov later on in terms of team fights, whereas their answer initially was to secure that Farsa. So does it mean that they will have to go for an early mid pick this time?
I feel like it could be a choice. For Evo, I think the Farsa isn't too bad, right? Moskov is one of those few marksmen who has slightly shorter range. So if he's hitting you, you can definitely feather airstrike him. The glue though, same pick, kind of what we expected from Tiger Wong Esports as an opening. Evo Esports, they do go for the Farsa. I do hope that Tiger Wong now goes for the Valentina. You kind of have the counter feather airstrike if you can steal it instead of the Eve, but they get the Kadita.
Wow.
And there is a chance that this is a roaming Kadita. It's a pretty flexible pick, so it's either Zanri or Flash 1. If it gets on top of this Moskov, he disappears.
Yeah, at least that you get a little bit more flexibility in terms of repositioning into the team fights and still dish a heck ton of damage. Now, of course, they want to get into the second phase of the ban with a little bit more access into the draft, whereas if you don't, then you will have many of all these marksmen being taken off, and they really relied on the Melissa as well in the past game. Now, Tiger Wong Esports will continue to bring the Martis back up online. The past matchup, we did see it being banned off, and we did see a couple of matches where Martis have been pretty much rampant when it comes down to going for either jungling or even when you're side laning Martis. It's still a little bit of a challenge to deal with him, considering how much mobility he has.
Yeah, most likely a jungle Martis, though he has the option to play in XP lane, but there are better choices right now. Though I think Martis is one of those few heroes that can completely ignore the Melissa ultimate. If he has Ashura, you kind of get that crowd control immunity, you get close to Melissa. Unfortunately, Martis alone isn't enough to do so. Tiger Wong now banning out those XP laner, targeting Opus, hero pool, so no Lapu, expecting the Yuzhong to get banned out as well as the last one from Tiger Wong Esports. So you kind of eliminate options for Evo to have this XP laner that can instantly dive your backline, right? They completely destroys Moskov in these fights. Farsa gets banned out by Evo. Loving this approach. Perhaps we're looking for an E ban from Evo coming into this final one. Yeah, Yuzhong gets banned by Tiger Wong.
Yeah, you just really want to nitpick on all these tanky frontliners from Evo Esports, and then you could just give free reigns of access for this Martis to eventually find a flank angle and hope to catch out of this Melissa. But of course, it's still really difficult because Kadita can just basically poof away. Melissa does have a way to also go reposition herself very much safely. So still a little bit of a difficult stance here if Tiger Wong really wants to go for a mage. Now they don't have the Farsa. They can still go for Valentina, but whose ultimate are you trying to steal here?
Kadita one isn't too bad, honestly. We'll see though. I think that Eve also isn't a bad option since that Xavier gets banned. Not sure if Tiger Wong plays a Lunox. It is, something that they can consider, since right now they've kind of seen that. I feel like they're not sure where the Kadita is going, so they go for a safer pick. This is the first Lilia game that we'll see, but you have a defensive option, right? The Black Shoes kind of rewind time and allow you to regain those health, so not too bad of an approach from Tiger Wong.
Yeah, I really do love the amount of burst damage that they could basically bring to the table, where you just focus fire onto getting your hands on this Melissa, and anyone that sends the way, you could still get a little bit more of that safety net with the Black Shoes up online. And now, going into the final few picks remaining for side of Evo Esports, they will bring the Cho up online, and they still have the Steady Rock. to be able to hold the front. So this is looking pretty solid, I would say, where Evo could just basically continuously look for the picking.
This is a Cho XP lane, I think. So you get the roaming Grok, Jungle Fredrin. Loving this approach from Evo Esports. Now, the question is, how the heck do you dive that backline? Because it is so hard for Tiger Wong to get in. The only two heroes that can reliably do so, probably the Masters and the Glue, but you have so many ways to disengage, to kind of split the battle line. Tiger Wong, they actually go for the Ruby as that Romero, but I honestly prefer Evo's Esports draft a bit more going into game number 3. It does look a bit more robust. Tiger Wong, it is crunch time.
Definitely it is. Just looking at their current situation is that, sure, you have two really beefy targets up the front with the Ruby as well as Glue, and you're really banking on hopes that Sapphire Rinse as well as Gugun will be activated very early on. But the problem is, just look at Evo Esports. Most of them are actually very slippery, and that's where I think like the agility that Evo Esports have might actually be working out for them, but this really boils down to the execution. Let's see what we have here. Final game of this first series. Is it going to be Evo Esports or Tiger Wong Esports? Put your prediction in the chat right now, which you guys definitely will be rooting for someone. So without further ado, we're going to go into the Land of Dawn.
If you're looking for potential upset series, this is the one and only that you're going to be tuning into. You know, we still have one more coming up after this, but I do feel like, you know, for the first one, you're looking for kind of the underdog comeback, right? Evo Esports being the less favorite one, and it is a team that, you know, isn't from those crazy strong regions like Indonesia or Philippines. This is a team from Laos, right? And it's a region that has been overlooked, you know, from time to time. And the fact that Evo Esports now in top 6, this is a great achievement. And if they can down Tiger Wong Esports, one of the most impressive teams we've had so far in this tournament, it's going to be a new accolade on that Hall of Fame, at least going forward.
And I like the point that you brought up on the very first game itself, where of course they suffer that loss, but they are a team to adapt, and you see how fast they have been able to show up with 3 very distinct drafts compared to what we saw. Sure, in this game itself, we see the introduction of Cho into the third game, as well as the Data being the main difference maker. But it does allow them a lot more option when it comes down to initiation. I think that's the most important part of what this Cho actually offers on the table. So Opera plays a heavy part into getting these picks going for the team. Whereas for Tiger Wong, look at the pressure they're being surmounted over onto this EXP lane. I don't think they want to set foot too far deep.
The idea was there, but Oppa was 1 minute away from his ultimate, and it all started with just Rexy pushing him out of lane. They bring Gugun up top, they clear the wave, and they crash their own wave in the turret, preventing that Way of the Dragon from coming online at the desired timing. And now Oppa has his ultimate, but there's no way into that turtle pit. They're gonna circle around, got a little bit of dance, but the turtle is gonna go over to Tiger Wong Esports, and your name stuck around for way too long. It's first blood for Tiger Wong.
So crisp and clean coming from Tiger Wong this time around. With such a great priority on to Turtle, there's no access for Evo Esports available. Whereas, of course, just dropping the Ferdinand for the time being, you see a little bit more pressure with the invades coming in from Gugun. He should be able to make it out alive, but not so much, where Zari's just charging him to the wall. Great pickup, 1-for-1.
Yeah, gotta thank Flash1 for that. His Petrify not only secured the Pearl Buff for him, but got the kill. Unfortunately, can't say the same for bot side though. Biston getting taken out. Zanri just showed up, but it is just a Grok. Can't do too much. And it's worth pointing out that Oppa, look at his emblem, is going full damage. He's looking for those one-shot roundhouse kick. But Tiger Wong so far, just like they always do, have that early game advantage. Bottom lane getting pressured.
A lot of gold being established coming in from Tiger Wong though. Just depleting on the turret shield at the time being. But they got what they wanted. Gonna go in for a quick reset before they contest for the next certain, well, I want to say turtle, and then we see a little bit of pick-off going on. And this is what you will be expecting coming out from the Fedrin, where in the early levels, it's just so oppressive.
Yeah. And if you get caught out by the Cho, it's an instant KO. He's gonna kick you back into Flash1, who will just blow up underneath. something that Tiger Wong Esports needs to be really careful about. You know, even as a Lilia, there's a chance you might not even have time to use the black shoes. So keep your eyes out on that. But Tiger Wong Esports, despite that momentous start, Evo Esports are getting good response. ALVA being one of the playmakers, and he's putting a lot of pressure onto Rexy. Another king, flash one. Watch out for the combo. This is what I've been waiting for. Rexy forced to use the flicker into his ultimate. That was really, really close. Could have been the second death.
Yeah, Resley is just trying to hold on for dear life. Should be able to clear off the final minute. Stays put. And we're not even seeing retaliation because the rest of Tiger Wong, they're occupied with the turtle currently being contested.
Piston is already there, forced away Zanri, a good wall charge. Rin's getting forced back, just doing zoning duty. Using the black shoes to go backwards. Saffro arriving at the fight first. A good taunt onto Daddy Durido. The front line might go down. Flash one has shown up. Daddy Durido. A good I'm offended. Actually, they burst down your name. Oh, this Ruby is still alive. ALVA can't find his way in. Doesn't have the Will of the Dragon and cannot use it. The Decimate resets from Google Station. A triple for the Martis.
They just force the rest of Evo to commit, and Tiger Wong peels all the way back and still have Dottie surviving. And not only do they walk away with those 3 kills in the back, Tiger Wong secures the turtle and also reaping more rewards with the mid-turret destroyed.
And that is just Tiger Wong having better priority on the objective. Evo Esports had the idea, but they cannot kill the Ruby. And this, the ultimate dragging your name in. One of the base of Fredrin is that it's not that easy to get your passive stack, the combo points for your ultimate. You need 3 points for that. And in these situations, when you're constantly getting control, when you can't land your spells, if you can't get the ultimate off, you lose a lot of that durability. And now Evo Esports, they're rotating up top. Good war charge, but oh, the Kadita missing that charge might be fatal, but they still have enough damage. Flash one saving that ultimate for the burst. Rexley goes down.
Great picking coming in overall. Guggen just hoping to snatch this away with the Retribution. And he does get it though. That's all that he would probably get, but first surmounting a little bit more pressure to be created. Whereas now Saffreel has to be careful over the bomb side because the glass cannon Cho is still pressing him, whereas Guggen recommits.
Oh, Bistan able to get away with the help of Zanri. And that's where we see the power of the Martis. The Ashura completely ignoring the Melissa ultimate. Is one that doesn't follow orders. You can't ask him to go away. Rin's though, ooh, taking a lot of turret damage, but Black Shoes, easy getaway. And Gugu now comes in with the support of Daddy Durido. They're gonna chunk your name down. They did lose Saffro in that bot lane, thanks to the Choke Hadida combo, but they did get something up top.
What a great establishment control coming out of Tiger Wong, just finding that pick. And I was worried for Rin for a second where it was just diving the turret, but of course that caused a little bit of a pull of attention coming from Evo. Whereas the distraction worked out, where Guggen went in from the side, and now coming in for a little bit of contest, trying to deny as much experience possible coming from Evo. Currently, it doesn't seem like it's all too hefty on their side. You still find ways for an opening, but Evo's got to be really careful. They have lost a lot of map control, where Resley, he's going to commit.
Another kickback. They will lose that front line. Evo Esports having the man advantage to start things off. Zanri does get pulled back by Daddy Durido. Rinse is there as well, but this Grok very, very durable. And ALVA, he's looking for another window. They're going to watch out for those side lanes though. They are getting shoved in. Evo have their attention drawn elsewhere.
Yeah, a little bit of overzealousness being displayed as well. Whereas they don't really have full information of the whereabouts of Evo in particular, I would say. Now, of course, things have been able to be pretty much even odds for Evo Esports, despite them being 2K goal behind. They're just waiting for the big objectives, and that's where they should be able to look for those wiggle room. But Daddy Durido, he's been able to really seek out some of all these priority targets and just moving back into that turtle fight early on. The huge I'm offended that really land that blow onto multiple targets have been able to secure them so much in return. But Evo Esports, they're just hoping to find that pick once again, especially with Clan coming in.
They forced Piston away from the rest of his team. Piston trying to hold on, but not enough. Rinse back to full health with that Black Shoes. The top tier 2 is down. Saffro going to work, pins your name against the wall. He gets pulled back by Resley. The Appraisal's wave isn't enough. Flash one, can he find a breath? Petrifies there. They blow up Saffro. Kind of dampen the damage dealers a bit. But Tiger Wong Esports still have the man advantage.
Yeah, it's not really the most favorable position to be fighting in the jungle just like that. And Taekwondo Esports, they have been able to cut those corners as well, leaving them kind of stranded, but it's great movements coming out of Flash One to be able to just seek out Safril and just finding that pick, getting out alive, not really giving much room for this Moskov to reach his power spike just yet, but the longer this game takes, Tiger Wong could scale up monstrously. But at the same time, I mean, you can still rely on this Fredrin. Lord is now up, available. 9 minutes on the clock, and we're also seeing Evo Esports having the choke so far away. I wonder if he's going to be able to make the cut.
I don't think they can contest this Lord. Tiger Wong Esports, they're just going to burst it down. Evo forced to give this one away. You can see the intention is pretty much clear from Evo Esports. They are going to play the defensive game. They did take the top tier one, but that's pretty much it. ALVA doing the best that he can. Tiger Wong now have established a decent lead for themselves. There's only one mission for Evo Esports. Blast Safro before he can do too much in those fights. We saw the Divine Glaive second core item from Flash 1. It's all about that magic penetration. You want to not only be able to blow out Safro, but in the event you catch a tank like Rexley or Dali Duredo, you want to be able to cut through the Athena shield as well. So Evo Esports, they are itemizing correctly, but they still need a bit more.
Definitely do. Now pressure is on for the side of Evo. Two members being pulled up top, and they won't be able to have Flash One joining into this heist coming in from Tiger Wong. They will eventually have to let this go, and there's no business for this Grok to be standing in the way. Xanri tries to get out alive, will force his ultimate as he will try to reposition, and the rest of Evo just turning into their high ground, and they are just losing turrets after turrets.
And I love how Tiger Wong Esports is reading this. If they don't see the Khadida on Chong on the map, they know that they are, they can't stick together. They have the man advantage, and no one risks getting picked off. Daddy Durido is on the radar though, but ALVA is not in the right position to get any sort of catch. And Evo Esports, they're trying to look for these windows, but Tiger Wong Esports have been able to dodge Evo for the past minute or two.
Yeah. And from this point onwards, hitting the late game, I don't think that this Cho will be as effective as you want him to be. More and more of all these defensive stats are being established by the rest of Tiger Wong Esports. So he's got to be really careful when he does single somebody out with the Way of the Dragon. And Melinda is perhaps the party target, but with a Black Shoe online, you got to also think twice.
It's definitely getting very dicey for Evo Esports. Good news is they still haven't lost any inhibitor turrets. The defense was sufficient, but you need a big playmaker. A Xanri wall block into a wall charge, or an ALVA flicker away of the dragon, and you kind of blow someone up and get a man advantage for yourself. But all these side waves will constantly be an issue because Tiger Wong Esports have established so much control. The tier 1 in both mid and bottom are still up.
Yeah, overall, most often than not, Tiger Wong Esports really have to look after Safril because he's not being able to really efficiently pick people off. Couldn't really last too long on team fights because of how many of all these heavy commitments that Evo Esports has been dishing out towards the back line when they do commit to those fights. So perhaps when you will have a fight around the choke point, Safril will have a little bit more of that wiggle room. For now, both sides eyeing onto the Lord. Evo Esports still having Opera over top side, so won't be able to tag along his way. At the meantime, Tiger Wong is setting a tiger's den for them to be baited into a trap.
If Opera isn't around, Evo Esports loses so much catch potential. Tiger Wong definitely won't commit the mistake that they did in Game 2. He's not going to let that Lord just go. Evo Esports completely abandoning the idea. They're not going to contest this. If they lose this fight, it is game over. So they are still entertaining the idea of it. Your name. Oh, he's showing up. Xanri couldn't really find a wall. And ALVA, he's coming in from that mid side. He will still be under vision thanks to that mid tier 1 that they couldn't take down early on. So Evo Esports, you got to make a choice right now. Your name and Flash 1, they are separated. ALVA as well. They are all so far away. Gugun can't find ALVA. He found Riz! Oh, they also blew out Safril. The perfect scenario for Evo. I don't know how they did that, but that is absolutely needed. Gugun, the third to go, blocked and completely shut down. Double for ALVA.
That was huge.
I cannot believe And Evo managed to find that window, but this is probably the turning point in this series. Evo Esports with the Lord at a crucial point of the game.
Tiger Wong Esports did not establish more of a control on the side brush as well. They gave so much leeway, and Zanri is just really blocking their passage and eventually got them all caught out.
Oh my goodness. I mean,
oh, it's from going good to
Lord fights. It's another Lord fight that Evo just seemingly were able to. And the worst part, Rince didn't even get to use the black shoes. We discussed about this during the draft, where there is a chance if he gets petrified or if he gets kicked by the Cho, he just dies in an instant. And that was what happened. The Cho got Sappho and Rince got petrified by the Kandita. Now with the Lord in the side Bistan. Oh, be careful. You're inside of Gugun. He can't get the Decimate off. It was saved by Zanri. So well done. But Rince was able to shut down this Melissa. A bit too ambitious, and Flash 1. You're in the midst of things, blown up by Sappho, and a bit of an oversight from Evo. But they did get the top inhibitor.
Kind of overextended right there, and they want to create this pressure out mid in order for the Lord to be able to at least reap in 2 turrets apiece. But now it's back to square one for Evo, where you taught that, hey, maybe you can funnel a little bit more of the control over on top side and just overwhelm Tiger Wong because they don't really have much to defend for. Now, Tiger Wong has one more chance available thanks to the great hold that they had, and they really have to commend Rince for it. Purchased the Holy Crystal, had so much burst damage on top of that. And on top of what they've been able to do well is to really pick off Flash 1 off guard.
Can they do it again? If you're Evo, you're looking for that sort of fight one more time, and obviously Bistan just dashing a bit too deep. Gets dragged back by Gugun, and Rince finding the perfect opening as Evo Esports guard was down, and Flash 1 looking for that petrified burst, but of all the targets he ran into, the Martyrs gets interrupted by the Ashura.
It's just so close. Both sides now evening things up, sitting at 49k. This tug of war coming in from the tanks aren't really going to resolve too much. Of course, they will respect each other's territory, but keep your eyes onto the minimap. Evo Esports having 2 members really cutting the sideways from both angles. Tiger Wong, they're choosing not to even go anywhere close there.
Whoever shows up in the side is going to die. Watch out in the top lane.
Lilia?
Rince. 3, 2, 1. Oh, a bit out of range. Flash 1.
Oh, it's a setup.
He has to use that ultimate to get away. Rexy, flicker into the sticky lockdown. Tiger Wong Esports, they were ready for this one.
Wow.
And Lord is spawning in 10 seconds. Tiger Wong have gotten this game back.
And this is just pretty insane on how they actually get the read on the side lane as well on this Kadita. And Rince just called in for backup. Now they do have a 5v4 advantage. And you got this immortality up online for Gugun. You just go all out to commit. Resley just holding them back while they try to startle the Lord. And they're just zoning off Evo Esports completely. They might have just, well, give this one away. Operate's going back in.
He's looking for Sappho at least. Can you at least get Sappho? He gets knocked back. Knockback interrupted by the Martis. Sappho stays alive. The immortality will give up a second life, but he goes down afterwards. Tiger Wong this time was so much more prepared.
Yeah, and Evo Esports understand the risk as well as perhaps a little bit of reward where you don't really want to contest, especially most of these ultimates are available in most members of Tiger Wong Esports. They were just hoping to even find a little bit more of that wiggle room as Opera tries to dive directly in. Your name wasn't anywhere to be seen, therefore there's no retribution for you to even secure the lot to begin with.
I have a feeling Opera wanted to kick Sappho, but he kicked Gugun instead. Either way, that could have been a decent trade. But Evo now will have to face the wrath of Tiger Wong. This is the second enhanced Lord of the game. They should be able to clear it out, but they're going to risk losing all those inhibitor turrets, and there's nothing much that they can do about it. All 3 lanes synchronized by Tiger Wong. All of them go down at once. This Lord will not survive, but Tiger Wong definitely will for a bit longer. They built the wall, Renzi easily getting out. Gugun also using the Ashura to get out. Zanri though, pulled over the wall. It's a drop. Tiger Wong Esports back in the driver's seat.
Now every single inhibitor down, Evo Esports is currently being pinched into just turning into this defensive setup. Even if Zanri spots out anybody inside the jungle or so, it doesn't really matter all too much for the time being, where Tiger Wong Esports is hoping to create another situation where you just establish a little bit more of that hole across this bottom side of the river. Now you even have Rins coming in with Immortality. Like, Rins doesn't really have to worry about using the Black Shoes so early. Just focus on bursting somebody down and then use that later on. And it's just looking to be bleak for Evo from now on.
They have 5 immortalities, just so they can survive the initial burst. That's how important staying alive it is to them. Oppa, can you at least get it out of Saffron? I don't think he has enough damage. No way. Actually, he does.
What?
Well, Saffron's immortality is gone. Oppa flickers right into Daliduredo. Does have the crowd control immunity from the Shunpo. Gets dragged back. Oh, Regsley on the glue. That is important.
Word. Just catching him off just like that, and once again, all this immortality is just a really good investment coming in for most of these members, and especially for Saffron, where he has been the priority target for multiple times. Evo Esports got 1 hour away and now needing to deal with 4 more. And this is just going to get more and more difficult. Sure, they have some of their own, but it's not about enough for them to really sustain in some of all these fights, especially when you have this Ruby up front of your face. Daliduredo doing such a great work throughout this match that he has never faltered throughout the course of, like, what, 20 minutes? We're heading in the late game.
Has not died once, and now this Lord. This is the world ender. Tiger Wong Esports starting it up. Oppa just came back. Zanri he spotted this happening. All the ways in Tiger Wong's favor. Zanri, how much can you do?
Get Flash 1.
If you can get Saffron right now, it would be great. But I think Flash 1, he's forced out. Forced away. Daliduredo, he has to conceal. Pulls Flash 1 in. If this Khadija goes down, it is done and dusted. And it seems like that might be the case. The Winter Trunket is there. Flash 1 has that tidal dash. Forced to use the ultimate to gain distance. And now they're getting pincered, chased down by Evo Esports. Oppa able to zone Guggen away. Zanri builds the wall, but Guggen's coming in. Flash 1, you gotta keep running. Able to recall as the Lord resets.
Now you're looking at Oppa in position, gets the entire vision upon Tiger Wong, but he will be pincered out!
Oh, they see him in the brush. And with Oppa down, chances are this Lord is done. Desperation coming in. Your name, a good taunt. Rexley dropping low. Riz, Black Shoe, last second. Kadita, Flash 1. Oh, he's taunted, stunned, interrupted. No chance to get that ultimate off. No petrifiers. Rinse this time. Bearing the weight of Tiger Wong Esports tournament lives. Your name forms a goal. The Saffron delivers. Evo Esports absolutely wiped out. Tiger Wong with the skin of the teeth clutches out this deciding match. They survived the lower bracket.
And just look at how Tiger Wong have been able to pull them into that pit itself, where Evo just giving the last stand, but they don't really have as much resources as they want to. Flash 1 already had his ultimate blown much early on, and he came back to the fray a little bit too late. And you just see Tiger Wong leaving not much of a mistake this time around. They may have lost the first Lord in the hand and gave 1 game away to Evo Esports, but this time they got it in the bag. 2-1 is where the results will lead, and Tiger Wong Esports continues their journey.
Definitely not the cleanest of series. Tiger Wong Esports did struggle against Evo in the second and third game. But this series, worthy of a lower bracket, worthy for a top 4 spot. I mean, Evo Esports, they had a pretty decent game overall. But like you mentioned, Contra, it's just Tiger Wong Esports able to make the adjustment in that later stage of the game. The immortality purchases were great. They were so much more aware of what Evo could do, and what Evo was after was all these, bursts of these, one-hit KOs that stopped being effective at one point of the game. Tiger Wong able to finally close it out.
Indeed, and when we look into how Zanri has been able to also seek a little bit more room, but he joined in the fight maybe a little tad late when it came down to how Tiger Wong recommits into going for the battle. So they have ample resources to basically juggle with, and we talked about how many immortalities being bought there. It really was very, very difficult for Evo Esports. They put up a really good fight, but despite that, they had a few chances, and those windows have definitely closed up. So we definitely do hope to see maybe a better run next time.
Yep, there's definitely, still more chances. EVO Esports, they're not done just yet. They're done with the Open Final, sure, but we'll see them again in the Challenge Group stage. And maybe we'll see revitalized EVO, making it this far one of the few Laos representatives that we have in the Open Finals. A remarkable performance nonetheless. They definitely can give themselves a pat on the back. But for Tiger Wong, the run continues in the lower bracket. For any other team watching the series, at least they know one thing. Tiger Wong Esports, they are vulnerable and they can be made to bleed.
That's right, Tiger Wong did manage to at least resuscitate their own chances as well, where there's 2 times where they did have those hiccups, especially on those Lord battles that really looked so dicey. They didn't really want to fully commit, and for most part, it was upon their own doing that they have lost the Lord, because most often than not, EVO Esports, once they get there, they don't pick the Lord. They focus fire, and then like the moment you snooze, you actually lose it. And even despite having that Lord in the back for EVO Esports, it could have been utilized way more efficiently when you need to establish the silent lane shove at the same time. But of course, that being concluded, this is our match MVP, Rins, being the playmaker of the team.
You have 3 different heroes. We saw the Eve, we saw the Valentina, and last but not least, we did see the Lilia showing up on the battlefield as well. The very first Lilia pick, definitely, some sort of a shadow of doubt as we see the man himself on screen. They're ready to tuck in for the night, celebrate the victory. There's a lot of talk about behind the scenes, considering how this is one of the scrappier series that they had to play. A lot of individual mistakes, a couple of miscommunications along the way. But the win is a win. They will stay alive for another day. Whereas for EVO Esports, we will bid them goodbye temporarily. No more EVO in the Open Finals, but again, EVO fans, Laos fans, stick around for the Challenge Group stage because they will still be around.
That's right, and of course, we'd definitely like to thank Monster for letting the players unleash the bees. When you could definitely check out www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out how you can also unleash the bees.
Yeah, bleed green and get the adrenaline going. They have Monster Energy powered the broadcast, well, at least power us, and powered the players when they needed it the most. And, I would say I want to see some Monster Energy highlights. But of course, coming up, we do have Sway Esports against ALVA 8, another series to behold. The final best of 3 elimination series for this evening. That's coming up after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live life, yes you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixing, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work.
you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do.
We're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1 Open Finals. Today is match day number 4. And we just witnessed a very interesting first series, an elimination series, where Tiger WONG Esports were able to come out on top 2-1 over Evo Esports. My name is Husky, alongside Contra. We have one more best of 3 coming up, and it's another heartbreaker.
That's right, and of course, only one of these teams will be able to book a session with Tiger, WONG, in these upcoming matches throughout the course of the week. And we're looking at which team will be able to secure $2,000 by the end of their run. So with that being said, of course, we're preparing these teams to the challenge stage. That is where all the big prize pool is at. So once again, let's take a look at the updated bracket as we've already concluded our first series of the day. Evo Esports have been overwhelmed, but they did bring Tiger WONG Esports into a full 3-game series. And Tiger WONG did not really have the cleanest of run either ways, where they lost 2 lords that could actually cost them, well, one actually costed them one of the games in particular.
They lost 2 lords against Evo Esports. And remember, Tiger WONG started the Open Finals in that lower bracket, right? I believe they are the 3rd seed of that regional qualifiers. That's why they are in the spot. But the lower bracket run has been going well so far, to the point that people realize that they are actually not invincible. So right now they sit comfortably in that lower bracket semis. They will be awaiting the winners between Sway Esports and ALVA 8, which is our upcoming series. So let's take a look at Sway Esports, one of the contenders coming up. We have Haroski, Cavs, Barbici, Love Scars, and Break Even.
That's right, and first, this matchup will feature the Philippines representatives versus Indonesia, where there's been this whole power struggle. Which region really has the best Mobile Legends? I guess we have to have these guys put that to the test. Sway Esports have had that explosiveness to offer on the table. And now, on ALVA 8's side, we got Jirachi, CN, Iliora, Aaron Shiki, as well as Vinsmo.
Yeah, 2 powerhouse coming into this. And ALVA 8 had a not too smooth a journey, right? Some of the games they did get pushed to the absolute brink, but they also had a lot of very impressive performance. I think Aaron Shiki as this goal laner and Vinsmo both have had very high impact in the games that they have won, and even in the games that they were not able to win, they were able to pull out some miraculous comeback. In fact, they were a team with one of the most insane comebacks in their lower bracket run. But this is going to be that mid lane hit-to-hit, very balanced between Eliora and Barbici.
Yeah, and when you look at the kill participation as well as the KDA, it's almost equally matched. Both sides having a record of 57% at the very least. But the damage numbers, Barbici has been looking to be a little bit more damage with the damage per minute, and this is where we will definitely have to fixate our eyes on both respective mid laners, where they definitely don't hold back punches.
Yeah, absolutely not. And you know, if ALVA 8 has shown us such a good comeback in last week, that actually at least proves one thing, right? This team doesn't give up, and they do have certain ways, and their defense is actually really good when push comes to shove. But I guess a team like Sway, I think that will be put to the test one more time. We gotta look at the draft, which will happen in a bit, but one thing we can be sure is that it will be a bit different compared to the draft that we saw in the first series. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? You know, if you're watching on Twitch, drop your predictions down below, and make sure that you are predicting to win, unlike me, because I'm on a 07 streak.
Well, it really is difficult to be going on that form of a streak where I'm pretty sure at one point you will get something correct. Maybe you guys were aiming for exactly the same thing that Husky does. I don't know if you want to risk those channel points, but I assume that you want to win a whole lot, and winning always matters. Of course, we thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming for that. Now, my prediction will go towards Sway because I still believe that they've been on a relative roller coaster ride, and they still have a lot of surprises left on the tank. I think that you're relying on, you know, the entirety of the side of it. LJ8 to be able to really hold up another comeback. I
think this is definitely a harder series to predict. You know, it is hard to consistently win, but it's harder to consistently lose. Like I'm too far down the rabbit hole to back off right now, so I might as well go through with it. But yeah, this is a series, definitely a tighter one between these two teams. You know, I think Sway coming into this best of 3 does feel like they had a slightly smoother journey, though the games that they played weren't necessarily the shortest as well. So I think, you know, if we're looking at that late game, we're really testing the tenacity of ALVA 8.
Exactly, and I'm just looking forward to the drafts that's going to be underway really soon. What could you basically tell me more of the playstyle of both ends? Because you did cover the earlier brackets itself, especially for Sway. I believe that they were from the upper brackets.
Yeah, they were from the upper brackets. Unfortunately, they were not able to continue the upper bracket run. But I think one of the few ways that Sway has really liked to play the game is, we put the meta picks aside. I'm looking at that jungler. I think that is where most of the impact comes from if you're Sway Esports. Whereas for ALVA 8, it's all about that gold laner, that mid laner and gold laner.
That's right, all about that hyper roll if that's going to be the case. So therefore, let's jump on board into this matchup. We're about to begin the drafts right here, right now. ALVA 8 will start off with the very first ban. Sway Esports will have to counteract, but of course, sometimes certain teams will actually prefer to be on the other side of the spectrum where you get 2 priority picks at a go.
And it's all kind of like the reactive pick, right? We talk a lot about being on blue side, having the first move, but we have seen scenarios where being on red side actually gives you an edge, and there are certain games where the draft was basically won on that red side first phase, where your first 2 picks completely shuts down whatever the blue side opponent wants to do. In this case, I think the bans are pretty much going to be the same. Like Joy, Fanny, 1-1, maybe a Farmis, maybe a Kaja. We are not going to stray too far away from that.
Yeah, we're just removing a lot of all these pesky heroes from being overwhelming in terms of pressure across the map, which is why, like, even for Fanny, which you cannot underestimate of how well some of all these players can actually find those ease of access, and it's really hard to catch, especially when you see Kaja being one of all these heroes that has been constantly been banned out, and therefore ALVA 8 didn't really want to go for these kind of risks in terms of what is still left on the table. So second ban will only have 5 more seconds for ALVA 8 to quickly decide. Now, there's still plenty of options available. They opt to ban out the 1-1. We still have a few more things left in the tank, so I'm looking at Edith to be possibly one of those options to be axed out.
Definitely has risen in popularity in the past few play days. We finally see the glue being taken out. One of the few heroes that was completely ignored in game number 1. It was banned in game 1 between Evo and Tiger Wong, but game 2 and 3 was led right through. Well, actually, it wasn't banned.
It was actually picked in all 3 games.
Yeah, in all 3 games, right? Once by Evo and twice by Tiger Wong. ALVA 8 again, right, we have multiple picks. The Kaja now banned out, and Sway now has a choice, right? Edith, Fredrin, you know, the Faramis, which has been popular depending on the teams that are playing in the series.
So it really goes down to this decision where they will be taking out this Moskov.
Okay.
And that actually opens up so much space for them to secure so many of that priority. Look at Fredrin, the Eve is still online, same goes to Valentina.
The Edith.
Melissa is also on the block as well in terms of marksman that's available. And immediately, Alpha 8 starts off with Valentina. If we quickly look at the times, 25 times teams across the bot has been relying on this hero to make measures. So Sway will really have to be really careful of what kind of heroes they pick, because whatever ultimates that's really huge in AoE can be used against them once again. And Sway Esports decides we're going to lock that Fredrin along with the Brody.
Two ultimates that, if stolen by Valentina, is kind of a, well, you can take it, but you can't do much with it, right? Both are very reliant on the heroes in a passive ability, so Valentina can't get much use out of both of them. So Esports, I was looking at the Brody pick, but you know, I didn't expect it to go through in that first phase. So a lot of priority for Lovescar, and I don't think it's too bad of an idea. It's one of those marksmen that in that late game absolutely destroys squishy heroes once he gets that ultimate off. But Alpha 8 building up that meat, that shield with both the Grok and the Martis.
Yeah, this is where you have very solid front line of defense, where you just allow Valentina to have her very own space, and then later on go for a pickoff. So Esports wants to emulate the previous series where you are going up against a little bit more a high-pressure situation, and this Kadita could still get in and out of the fights very effectively so, and Barbiichi would still look to burst them all down at the same time. Now, let's move forward to the second phase of picks as well as bans. A lot of all these focus will be given in terms of priority for Sway Esports to remove even more marksmen on the block. So Alpha 8 will possibly look to at least open up a little bit more spacing to secure something good for themselves. But what are the options available? I'm looking at Melissa being one of it.
Yeah, Melissa is a good, the Beatrix as well. I think these are the two that comes to mind instantaneously. Maybe you force Alpha 8 back down to the carry, which, you know, has fallen out of meta at least in this tournament itself. I think carry was picked 2 times, and even then I think one of them was a loss, if memory serves. But I do, one of the concerns moving into the second pick phase as we see carry get banned out is the draft of Alpha 8 so far isn't too worried about a Fredrin. One of Fredrin's biggest weakness, despite him having this meat shoot, this big ultimate that destroys the health bar, is that he is very easily interrupted. Grok interrupts him, Valentina is not too worried because you have a fear and you have a terrorize and you get to dash away from him, and Martis completely ignores your crowd control, and Fredrin wants to be able to stand still and get that ultimate off and get those combo points, those taunts, but if you're constantly moving around and ignoring what he wants to do, it makes life a bit tougher for this Fredrin to pop off.
Alpha 8 targeting a little bit more of a roaming potential, and you don't want to see any disruptive feeding the around the map itself.
You
so
don't even want the ultimate, right?
Yeah, especially the ultimate of it being so effective for them to just remove every single crowd control. So they leave not any chance, and they've even been able to actually single out another side laner with the final ban.
Okay, they actually banned the Benedetta. I did not expect that to be a choice from Sway. I thought that they would commit to a marksman ban. By banning this Benedetta, it definitely is kind of a odd one. Though
yeah.
I can't see the reasoning behind it. I think you don't want someone that is just faster in that XP lane and just outmaneuvers your XP lane. And Benedetta is one of those heroes that doesn't necessarily do the most damage, but she is just essentially faster by nature.
And I guess like in the nature of Benedetta as well, there's a potential for you for Alpha 8 to come in with split pushing, which is what Benedetta is so effective on, where you don't always have to join in the team fight. You just slowly dwindle down the resources, take some space, and later on go in for some executions coming for a flank angle. So now both sides really have to think very, very carefully what they really want. And I guess this makes a whole lot more sense where you're actually opening up a little bit more room for this Lapu Lapu to take charge.
One of the few XP laners that is just very dominant. You know, you can hardly go wrong with Lapu Lapu. And the focus has been on, you know, some XP laners, some mid laners, a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the second phase ban. This does open up a potential Yuzhong for ALVA 8 if they want to go for it. Another hero that kind of just ignores the Fredrin. You go into the Black Dragon form, you access the backline, and you're like, yeah, Fredrin, you can't taunt me, you cannot get the combo point up. And it's going to be a bit of a struggle for Sway Esports, I think. For ALVA 8, we're looking at probably the Yuzhong. I feel like that's probably the best. Or the Edith, right? It's either or.
That's right. So, really is tough decisions to be made, but they should be able to go in for this. And oh my goodness, we haven't seen this for a while.
First, I think this Harif has been picked 4 times, but it's the first time that we see Harif on broadcast, right? The rest have been played off screen.
Only 4 times.
Only 4 times. Definitely not the one that I was expecting. But Xavier comes through for Sway Esports. We know final pick for ALVA 8 is that Ruby, so we get a Ruby XP lane, I think. Though I remember that there was one team that played a Grok XP lane. I'm not sure if it was ALVA 8, but there is a possibility.
Yeah, and overall, I guess it really goes to how they really want to juggle this, but I still think that this Grok is just going to be roaming around, or you could basically interchange roles as well, right? Like, preferably you want this Ruby to be able to be as beefy as you can, and then you will be able to open up a little bit more spacing for this Marcus to look for those picks. Whereas, I'm just really surprised that this Xavier pick was being left out in the open the whole time, and Break Even has been able to secure that for the team.
There's not much Xavier that has been picked, at least on screen, but it's one of those mages where if you can get to the late game, you get those core items up, you get your Divine Glaive, your Lightning Truncheon, suddenly that Dawning Light just completely shreds health bar. Game 1, this second lower bracket elimination series for the day. It's going to be ALVA 8 against Sway Esports. Once more, all eyes are on that mid lane, and you know it's very normal as a Xavier that you get kind of pushed out by a lot of these, you know, popular mid laners. He's just gonna take the punishment. It's all about being able to clear out the wave. Elirora cutting him off from XP and cutting him off from gold. And I can expect it if you're a Xavier. It's just a Xavier thing, you know.
Yeah, and I just love that he has the brand new skin line as well with the Jujutsu Kaisen collaboration. Possibly the most OP skin.
That is actually my favorite skin out of the entire collaboration, right there. Satoru
Gojo.
Yeah, my favorite. I feel like, you know, in my humble opinion, it does match the hero the most. It's like the most accurate representation, right? You just happen to have a very powerful mage that can blast the entire map, and Gojo kind of does that.
That's true, and we'll definitely have to see when does he unleash his full potential, though. Barbie just pressing on the engagements where won't be able to actually get too much out of all these scuffle with majority of all these ALVA 8 members rotating all across the map just to ensure this smooth cruise for Cian to take center stage later on. Whereas Aaron Shiki, we really want to see how long does it take for this Harif to be activated, and it comes down to, of course, the team fight where, you know, it's been a couple of patches where we see, you know, slight buffs and adjustments as well as nerfs onto this specific hero. It was, I could dare say that Harif is a shadow of his former self since, you know, many years back, where it was just rampant across most of all these games. In competitive, it really takes a lot of skills for you to pilot this hero and be effective.
Dawning Light used to chip away some of those health bars, but this turtle is still going down. Horosby jumping in, Chieftain Rages as well. Cannot secure the turtle. That one goes over to ALVA 8, a first blood claim by Break Even. And even gets a double, a 1+1 on the way out. This is a roaming Kadena, by the way, with a Petrify.
That is so much damage coming from a roamer itself. And I guess like now I start to understand why Sway Esports decide to actually flex this Kadena role and then eventually open up a little bit more room for Barbie Chi to secure the Xavier instead.
Yeah.
Now, every single member does have plenty of DPS as well as burst damage to offer.
Once you get caught by the circle, from this Xavier, you just instantly die. I mean, they can power on you from miles away. And you know, this is something that we did set a bit of expectation for coming into the series, where both teams have their own niche pick. You know, we get that XP Grok, we get this roaming Kadita, Vinsmo almost losing his life again to break even.
Things are looking really worrying. I mean, that's the damage that they all dish upon a Ruby, and what more if you get a huge pick onto this Harib. Zaman Force already being utilized as Aaron Shiki trying to get his way around this, being outnumbered for the time being, but the rest of ALVA 8 is at least matching up to the tempo. Despite having 2 picks, ALVA 8 is actually keeping the goal disparity really, really close, and in fact now it's overtaken by, you know, small little numbers, which will be exchanged within due course. As for the record, the rest of Sway Esports are currently looking for an opening against Bin.
And it's just a bait from Sway, but unfortunately, he's gonna go down anyways. Break even cannot find right angle. Target was just out of reach, and ALVA 8 punishes them.
Great retaliation. The way that they've been able to hold out into all these quarters brush, just having the longest setup. Sway Esports just feeling a little bit of an itch to really go in for an attack, especially when you are going up against Ruby. It will take a while for you to burst, and this is where ALVA 8 finds themselves the very first turret, evens up the kill numbers, and eventually giving a little bit more space for the rest of Sway Esports to try to secure a turtle of their own. That will be retreat by the Fredrin. Krebs will be able to move out of the way. Just trying to tease Vinsmoke a little bit more to try to see if they could set this Ruby up.
As a Fredrin, there's so much factors on the side of ALVA 8 that really disrupts you. It's hard to catch a Harib. He even has to purify in case he gets taunted. Everyone else on ALVA 8 can really disrupt the Fredrin. And you know, the longer it takes for him to charge up his combo, enough combo points for that ultimate, the lesser durability he has in these fights. You know, and that's kind of the usage of a Fredrin, right? You soak up damage and you return the favor with that Appraisal Wrath, but getting it off has certain very specific conditions. So Sway Esports, they get the turtle, but they aren't able to convert that into much.
Yeah. They're just jostling for a lot more control. Vinsmoke now being spotted out by Barbie Chi. It's only going to be tickling him ever so slightly, though. Whereas Sway Esports couldn't really shove any form of ways. The only area of play that they do have is from Horoski, that's all along over onto the EXE side. And
they used the conceal into the brush as well. Expecting to find someone, but they didn't. Defense is coming through though from Sway. Dawning Light use, chipping their health bar. Then Tier 1 is dead, and again Cap just crowd control to Oblivion, decimated by Zia, and just again cannot get it out off.
Such a dangerous position coming from Break Even, where he's being forced to use the ultimate to actually get out of the way as well. And Kev's, I think he has been spotted out for far too long as well. They suspected Kev's to be around, and ALVA 8 just overwhelmed them so quickly, and also got the turret in return. And so they're just scaling off the charts right now, having the levels advantage as well. We're already seeing a level 10 member to be dealt with. CN might actually be out of control if Sway Esports does not punish him for this. Turtle up online. The rest of Sway Esports hoping to actually find a little bit of wiggle room. Whereas ALVA 8, they've got position and they're looking for Cavs.
Turtle very much secured by ALVA 8. Cavs can't even get into the fight, let alone near the turtle pit. And all while, you know, Jirachi, this is a damaged Grok. At Break Even, I'm not really sure if you want to challenge this Grok head on. He's gone. Never feels good if you get destroyed by a Grok. Like, she has the Blade of Despair.
Yeah, I was just about to point out, Blade of Despair Grok, like, you expect him to be going for a tank? No way, he's just going to go in for the full burst, and Aaron Shiki is going to be able to do the same, coming with a dive with his Zaman Force committed. No waves in particular, ALVA 8 will still have to wait, whereas Cavs will have a little bit of wiggle room to go in for a reset, and after that, Sway Esports will try to recommit. But just look at how Vinsmoke is being a little bit more optimistic as they're going to be focused on given finds a kill.
very well done, but they did have to give up that mid-tier one. At the end of the day, you sacrifice Vince Smoke, you get that last tier 1 turret, 4k goal advantage. Cavs has not been able to do anything. Like, he's the only proper front line for Sway, but he has been disrupted time and time again. Now Sway has to kind of figure a way, you know, you need break even to maybe rush in with a tighter form and get a good petrify into a taunt from Cavs. Easier said than done though.
Yeah, and that's coming up within 40 seconds or so, so you won't be expecting Sway Esports to be able to always look for that opening and break even now. Currently in trouble.
Yeah,
got the title form at least.
Thank goodness. If he gets swiped by Jirachi's totem, he just dies instantly.
Ooh, very, very risky plays coming out of Sway Esports, but they're holding on. It's about 5,000 of a deficit at the moment. Sway is just looking for an overextension coming from ALVA 8, but this coordination coming from ALVA 8 just slowly bleeding out resources, hijacking every single camp that they have inside the jungle, is just leaving Sway with not much gold to work with, not much EXP, and they also could basically play around this lord that's already online. Whereas now they do have Love Scars hoping to find a breach into securing a turret of their own, but the Grok is in the way. And by now, I'm thinking, like, if I could look into the items, Jirachi can just burst it off. Lord in favor of ALVA.
Good attempt, Barbie G. You know, if that was no red tree, I think that would have been a steal. Good news for Sway Esports is that Love Scar hasn't died once. You know, he's just got that Blade of Despair. So there is some chance, right? That burst damage is going to rack up as the game progresses. The question is, can they hold on? Well,
what on earth?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh boy, Jirachi just cheesing everybody off with this Grok, and
this guy does almost 2.5k damage on the creep wave, on the minion wave with one swing.
He's got the title form, and even so, if you get out of the title form, like the unstoppable force, just charge through. I feel like there's just gonna be too much of an overwhelming pressure for Sway Esports. They may have to give this inhibitor away, but they will be able to rectify that off. So good news, they still cling on to their inhibitors for the time being.
They now have the full team back, but
swing.
They will lose all of that. Tier 2 bottom wave still pushing in. You can see Cavs going for the anti-Cuirass as well. Still, but he needs that magical defense, and this bottom inhibitor is gone. Zian just walks right in. Cavs taunted, pull back, forced to dash backwards. ALVA 8 just flickers into a knockoff. This is done and dusted. 11 minutes in, there's no chance for Sway to make a comeback. Not really a bloody game unless Hiroshi can hold on, but ALVA 8 still has 4 men alive. He just heads straight for the crystal. And 11.5 minutes in, ALVA 8 with game number 1. Dominant statement in this lower bracket series.
What a fight they put up with, and you just look at how they just slowly put a firm chokehold onto the members of Sway Esports. Little by little, with those advantages, they have been able to thrive and just basically make their way in, especially having such a great setup with every wave crashing out. And ALVA 8 now propels their way forward, 1 point up in the series.
And ALVA 8 just looking so much better today compared to last week when we saw them struggle a bit. I believe against Aero 404, but yeah, they did struggle in their lower bracket series. This one, incredibly crisp. So Esports, yeah, you got a bit of cheeky kills, but when your Kadita, who is supposed to burst the target, gets destroyed by a Grok, that's where you know there's a bit of a problem. And it was something that we established after seeing the first 3 picks from ALVA 8. This Fredrin will not be able to do anything in these fights. Can't get his ultimate off. In fact, Cavs has not used his ultimate a single time in this game because he simply couldn't.
Yeah, there was really no opening window, and there were so many instances where he was also caught into unfavorable positions where it just opens up so much room for ALVA 8 to just have so much room to target. Look at Jirachi! Blade of the Seven Seas, Blade of Despair, and you have Malefic Roar to be topping on this Grok. This guy is having a blast in this match.
Haven't seen this for a long, long time, but Jirachi sure brings back memories. ALVA 8, this is one of those games where it's like, yeah, it's 10-4. It's not as bloody as a lot of games that we've seen. It's not those scrappy fights. This is meticulous from ALVA 8. Very, very surgical.
Very, very clean stuff coming in from ALVA 8, and I really hope to see a little bit more proactivity coming out of Sway Esports as well, where I think like they had a couple of windows that they tried to actually commit into battle, but halfway through, they decided, oh, we're going to pull out of this because now we're one man short, and they just keep giving little more room by little, and eventually it all withered out.
Yeah, if you see your Fredrin get vaporized, you know you're in some trouble. But we wouldn't have seen those moments without support of our partner Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. So they've been giving us this platform, and it's not just Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We have a lot of other titles that have gone into Season 2 all because of them, so we really appreciate them. But we also appreciate Samsung Galaxy for being a part of this big family. And I know I heard something during the break time where, for a different title, the players, they all use Samsung phone and they absolutely won their tournaments. But do check out the latest Galaxy S23 Ultra.
That's right. You definitely don't want to miss a chance to actually grab your hands on it, because this is the hottest tech in the market. So with that being said, I believe we're going to prepare ourselves for this upcoming game. So I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to also take a swig of the Monster Energy to kind of pump myself up, because the night is not over yet. I'm very energetic, but I always want an extra boost. Monster Energy, check them out, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And while I'm at it, I might as well just top up some great diamonds in my own ML. So check out Kachi Shop, because that's where I do my top ups. They have the best deals, so you want to do that as well. We're gonna head for a break, and while I revitalize myself, get some extra diamonds in my account, you guys can also take a short breather. We'll come back for another game, Game 2 of this lower bracket series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique.
Welcome back to the final series here in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We are still in the midst of the series between ALVA 8 as well as Sway Esports. I believe it was ALVA 8 that actually secured their first point. But of course, with that being said, we'll definitely want to see what else is still left in the tank in this series where we saw a really offensive Grok to just obliterate the Veteran, where I don't think that stood a chance against it.
It's one for the books, right? I think the Kadita break-even is going to have nightmares getting one-shotted by the Grok. But of course, ALVA 8 one game away from proceeding in this lower bracket and going up against Tiger Wong tomorrow. But for now, Sway Esports, they're not out of the fight just yet. But there's a lot of thinking to do though, because from the drafting phase, from the get-go, it's already kind of obvious that ALVA 8 had the numbers with those first 3 picks. All of this made possible by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they gave us a great platform to really witness all of these amazing games, and they gave all these players the platform to showcase what they're made of. And most importantly, they have done and achieved some great highs in those offline events for other game titles as well. And those have been a success. We've been to Thailand, we've been able to head to Indonesia recently. There's more to come.
Yeah, and we see so many great style of play coming from across Asia Pacific. And of course, with our upcoming match here between both Sway Esports as well as ALVA 8, we definitely want to see who will be able to unleash the bees. Well, of course, with the help of Monster Energy. On top of that, you could definitely check them out on their website later on. We'll pop up that link. But this is where it becomes really important for Sway, not only to really show that they still have a lot of ideas to match up against ALVA 8's grass hole, where they were thrown a little bit of a curveball with that Grok. Now they have suspected it. Maybe they want to see perhaps there's another alternative that they could basically utilize to counter-react to it, to punish some of all these very, very aggressive and, dare I say, greedy draft coming in from ALVA 8, but it did work out for them. So it really is going to be the tipping point for the team to be able to find their way into drawing the series.
And hopefully, if you are Sway Esports, you can find a way to turn this around. And this is ALVA 8 on your screen right now, and just looking so much more composed today in the series against Sway Esports, at least for game number 1. There's very little margin for error as we head into the draft. Sway Esports on blue side, ALVA 8 on red. So a change of size, a change of pace. But will that affect the result? I think the bans most likely will be the same. But I do wonder if ALVA 8's game 1 would force Sway Esports to really consider certain bans that they didn't want to take out.
Yeah, overall, I think what they have drafted early on did have certain offerings, but it's just that the fact that they need somebody to be able to find ways to activate this Veteran, and they've start off this draft here, removing the glue. It has been extremely disruptive for most of the teams to deal with, and we absolutely understand why. We'll possibly see ALVA 8 sticking to the same sort of bans where they did go in for the one-on-one ban early on, and will remain unchanged for the time being. And just look at both sides. They're both in their gaming houses, and these two up-and-coming teams across Asia Pacific really have invested so much effort into, training and scrims. It's always time to put that to the test. Sure, their lifeline of the tournament may not be at stake, but the more prize pool you win, the better, right?
I mean, they are still qualified for the challenge group, so this is again just for prize pool. We're looking at the 2 strongest regions in Asia Pacific, Indonesia and Philippines. Obviously, across the last 4 M series, 3 of them have gone to the Filipino teams. With Brand, with Blacklist, and we have Echo for the recent one. So Philippines as a region up 3-1, but that's just kind of a figurative at the highest level. I think Indonesia also has very, very concentrated talent pool. It's just way too much good players. It's a very tight competition. In this case though, ALVA 8 definitely showing a lot of that flair that we expect from that region. So Esports, with the Moscow ban, I think the one thing that I really do feel like deserves a lot lesser attention is Moscow ban in the first phase. I personally don't feel like it is a must ban. But judging by the success rate that he has, it's understandable why teams decide to take it out.
Exactly, and Sway Esports this time around decides to completely remove Valentina, though they do have that first pick option where I believe other form of heroes would be prioritized, no Mokaja, and another constant ban that we've been seeing thus far has been on Fanny. The question is, does ALVA really want to leave that one open? Most often than not, you don't really see a first pick Fanny all too often anyways.
Yeah. And normally with the Kaja ban out, a Kaja is kind of those direct picked if you see a Fanny or any assassin, right? If assassin dives in, you just Divine Judgment and you blow him up. Another substitute option is the Franco. Those are definitely less effective. The Ling gets banned out by ALVA 8, so Fanny is left open, but if you're so confident, that means that ALVA 8 has a response to it. Now, if you're Sway, you're thinking, do I want to go Fanny and try to have a draft that snowballs this hero? Or do I want to let Fanny go and counter it? Joy, first pick, absolutely loving this. We don't really see it get let through, so Sway picks it up.
Yeah, and ALVA 8 does have more options available as well. They can get that Fanny through. At the same time, I think like if they do get that first pick onto this Fanny, I believe there's many ways that you can deal with a Fanny. But remember this, we also forgot to mention there is also Faramis, and therefore ALVA 8 goes ahead to secure that for themselves. And especially when you have things like a Kufra available, like perhaps maybe it's better not to have that Fanny. So Jirachi, they are going to secure that for themselves this time. A little bit of a difference, but now paired with Faramis, perhaps you can still have a little bit more that constant pressure being set. So what is Sway Esports going to respond with?
So the one thing about Faramis is aside from the Cult Ultra, which keeps you alive in these team fights, it really messes up heroes with mobility because you just drag them back. You just chain them out and you drag them back. So it makes it really hard for Joy. Like you kind of soft counters the Joy. The Joy wants to be able to dash around in fights without getting interrupted. If you get hit by a Faramis, he just drags you back with the Shadow, with the I believe a Shadow Stampede. So it kind of negates what the Joy can do, but it cannot really stop the Grok and the Martis. They both have spells that ignore crowd control, so that's one of the ways to ignore it. But I'm seeing a potential Ube strat from ALVA 8. That Estus is still left open.
Yeah, this could be a huge pick potential as well, and for the time being, ALVA 8 secures their very own marksman. They're looking at this carry to be able to shred through whatever tanks that they bring in the way. So Sway Esports, maybe if you want to look into other alternatives, do you want to bring an assassin on board if ever the case? Because from the side of ALVA 8, other than what we see from the Fedrin, other members seem to be relatively squishy as well, but trying to pick a carry up is not exactly the easiest task so long as you got the Phantom Dash up available. So now moving into the second phase of picks and bans, there's a lot of calculation and a lot of decisions for Sway Esports to make, because when it comes down to ALVA 8, you still see a very full frontal beeline sort of death ball setup that they're hoping for when it comes down to team fights for ALVA.
I like the Harvest ban, right? It's a very mobile hero, and sure, Joy is one as well, but you don't want to have too many heroes to try and catch if you are the Faramis. We see that Franco ban, so you're reading it right. It's probably setting up for a potential assassin jungler for well, I say assassin jungler, but they already have that Martis, so it's highly unlikely unless the Martis goes into XP lane for Sway Esports.
Perhaps so. I mean, there's also Hayabusa that you did mention on the Pro Series that it can still have a certain impact. That will also mean that Sway Esports will need ample of resources to really get things going for them.
Yeah, I wonder if this would be an Estus ban, because ALVA 8 definitely is setting up for potential, again, the Ube strat, right? Fredrin Faramis carry, you put an Estus in. It's almost a carbon copy of one of the most original Ube strat, the very first iteration by Blacklist. The Benedetta gets taken out again by Sway Esports. This is the second time we see the Benedetta ban. ALVA 8 now has a huge window to try and go for it, to try and go for the Estus if they want to. Obviously, we still have an XP laner, but I mean, they're spoiled for choices.
Yeah, there's plenty of options left available. So far, even though, like you've been mentioning, Yuzong that hasn't been picked as much, Lapu Lapu is quite a considerable choice heading into such a battle. But I'm just looking at ALVA 8. The reason why that they're looking at more damage numbers is because you want to find ways to really burst out that joy as well, because she can be pretty much darn tough to take down, and therefore Irinshiki is looking to be jumping right into the fray, hoping to land the Titan's Rage into multiple targets, and that's where perhaps they could just overwhelm the rest of SUI Esports. And now, SUI Esports double down with more amplification of damage with Farsa online.
Yeah, do like the Kufra pick first to kind of secure that Roma already, so it's safe to say that we will not see any sort of Estes getting picked at this point. You still have that XP laner. I think ALVA just wants to confirm what that last pick is going to be. So a lot of emphasis onto Jirachi with this last pick. So Esports, now you need to come up with something that does give you that late game scaling, and it's the Melissa, right? You keep ALVA 8 out of your personal space with the ultimate, and now ALVA 8, they get to decide which XP laner that they want to go for. It's up against the Joy, so catching Joy in lane 1v1 is kind of a no-go, but you need someone that can able to support the rest of the team. You do need that damage though, because Carrie is the only one that deals damage right now.
Yes, and to actually keep her alive is going to be quite a tough task as well when you're looking at a Farsa, a Martis, as well as a Grok to be target aiming at this particular hero. So really you gotta have quick fingers to be able to react. So a lot of pressure really relies on Irinshiki to keep everybody at bay. And now going back into a staple option, Lapu Lapu, to be able to really lead their charge as well as to hold them all back. So with that being said, ALVA 8 going for quite a robust lineup in terms of everything that has to offer, durability as well as the damage numbers to be able to withstand whatever SUI Esports throw at them. Whereas SUI Esports will have Chaos to always be on the lookout whenever you have bouncing ball coming in as well. This Kufra can be extremely disruptive.
Tournament lives on the line for SUI Esports. ALVA 8, they have one chance to kind of close it out. And even if they lose, we still have game 3. And the one thing I like the most is when the stakes are this high, I think it deserves the game 3, but that is all up to SUI Esports. The best possible draft that they could have gotten. Honestly, I do prefer that draft a bit more. Now they just need to be able to bring it to game number 3. But first of all, it's game 2 of this lower bracket series. It's elimination on the line for SUI Esports. And ALVA 8, they have to lead.
Let's see how could they possibly find windows of opportunity that will sway their way. See what I just did there as we are moving in ourselves into the land of dawn.
They also need to break even.
Yeah, they definitely have to break even.
They definitely do. Arosky just joy things. Just you cut the wave. Lapu can't catch you, can't stop you. But this is a far miss mid, and this is something that we didn't get to mention early on. But far miss mid, you clear away pretty darn fast, and of course your that ultimate, the call altar, is always good to keep that team alive. You have a natural dispel if they break that initial health pool from that call altar. But obviously, you don't have the beefiest health pool, and you are gonna get outpoked at least when you try to trade with a Farsar. Barbichi just flickers forward. And finds the first blood. That's what we talk. That is what we've been talking about.
He just overstayed because he wanted a little bit more EXP, but Barbichi, he's just gonna be going guns blazing, and nobody really expected him to actually dive in with a flicker. But of course, grip picking coming in from SUI Esports, being so much more proactive and aggressive in that early game. Now that really opens up a little bit more room. ALVA 8 does have a little bit of attention being drawn inside of the jungle. This Sand will be met by break even. Nothing too much you want to deal with the brick wall Grok for the time being. Gotta try to grab the crab away. Break even won't be able to snatch that off. And for the time being, of course, SUI, they can finally look for a little bit more of that open window where Lapu has been able to spot out the Martis. Windsmoke will be able to stabilize the lane. A little bit more attention being drawn with a rotation across this turtle as they're hoping to contest very, very early on.
Yeah, Elira was looking for that level 4 and he just got it. It will be in time for this turtle fight. Barbichi, he just showed himself. So Eliora is going to be there. Jirachi getting caught out for the airstrike. Oh my goodness, Eliora just not in range in time for the call. Oh, the Fed airstrike almost deals with the retribution. Is just a bit more accurate from Zian. He at least gets the turtle and get out of it.
Yeah, really close call, I would say. ALVA 8 still have been able to find a window to try to stabilize themselves, though. With 2 picks going in favor of Sway Esports, you just see this form of aggression. They know that it really takes time for ALVA 8 to scale up into this matchup, and therefore whatever picks that they can get very early on will really be paying off in dividend. And for the fact that most of these skills are going into the right hands. You have the smartest securing 1, you got Barbie Chi that pull everything online to get the first blood. So things are really ramping up to speed. Sway really hopes to even the odds. And speaking of even, break even spots out so many members of ALVA 8, and they will be able to at least jostle for control. There we go.
Zion getting gone on in the call Ultra, forced out defensively. Eliora trying to defend his teammate. Will be able to do so, but that's a very crucial ultimate forced out. It will come back up in time for the next turtle fight, but just, you know, feast your eyes on Haroski. He is completely untouched, and he just found Zian in the jungle. He won't be able to kill this Fredrin, but sure puts on a lot of extra pressure. Bottom lane, Jirachi with the Chieftain's Rage just could not get in range of Barbie. And Invincible! Oh, the flicker just a bit short, and now they are in danger. Invincible getting caught out in the open, slowed down by the Melissa, able to just get out what a wall. But there's a pixel for ALVA 8 to sneak out, and then Leora is there to defend his team.
And with great discipline, Invincible has been able to also back away in time. So I really got to commend him for his effort to know his actual limit on this hero for the time being. Sway Esports tried to actually pry onto that window, and this is where they've opened up a little bit more of that picking once again as they catch out Vinsmoke with the airstrikes.
And this is going to be a continuous trend, right? So Esports just has a easy to execute draft. And I mean, Haroski, he is just a menace. There's no way a Lapu Lapu can catch up onto a Joy. And, you know, you have this backline disruption. And Haroski even has the Vengeance, so whatever thoughts you have of bursting him, that one, throw that out the window. He has Glowing Wand first item, so he's gonna absolutely melt these tanks. Those damage over time on top of his durability is going to be a problem. ALVA 8 so far have not been able to find any cracks in Sway Esports defenses, and I don't see them doing that anytime soon.
Yeah, it just shows full confidence in how they have been able to just get this mechanics and break even. Slams Exan to the wall, and this is where they go in with the Federal Airstrike. Not really hitting majority of the members, but they will be able to dish out just slight damage onto Vinsmoke. They have been able to stabilize, and this Lapu is also having a little bit of that difficult time trying to get resources available. Vinsmoke looks to recommit.
Yeah, misses that ultimate completely. Break even, puts up a wall. Meanwhile, Jirachi gets killed off screen. Zion completely stuck, able to get out in time. Again, the destroy has been absolutely disruptive, and that entire top lane has collapsed with that kill on the Jirachi. Tier 1 goes down, and Haroski back into the jungle, doing what he does best, just making sure that Zian doesn't get to play the game like he wants, and Haroski just exhausting all the dashes, and now using the ultimate, Zian does get out in time to pull him back with the Shadow Stampede. Oh, another flicker miss. I mean, ALVA 8, they are missing this pixel timings. Not easy to execute, but every miss counts.
And even as much as they were hoping to actually take out this Joy, she's just being so disruptive, draws 3 members' attention, and they get even more out of turrets from the bottom lane. Sway Esports now looking to charge right in, the wall's being set up. Aaron tries to dash away, Vinsmoke initiates, and they will find Barbie Chi.
Very, very well done, Eliora and Vinsmoke. Not only keeping Aaron Shiki safe, but making sure that they are able to at least, you know, get a kill. It would have been better if that kill goes over to Aaron Shiki when Vinsmoke takes it. If you're in ALVA 8's position, any kills, any takedowns is definitely appreciated. So definitely want to see how that is going to pan out. We do have run into a bit of a technical issue, so we, you know, just gotta hold on for a while.
Yeah, I believe so. But when we look at how well that Sway Esports have been performing, they just knew the macro game all too well from the moment that they've jostled for control over mid lane. And this form of aggression, you see both sides having low health targets, and this Farsa have seen that opening window, took that chance. And eventually, when they go in for those turtle setup, sure, they may not actually get that turtle, but they've been able to continuously overwhelm members inside of ALVA 8 with just sheer damage numbers, which it makes it so much more difficult for them to really skill up into the game. And then you have this Lapu who couldn't really answer back to this Joy.
Yeah, it's one of those, you know, just from the draft onwards, right? It's kind of clear that Sway Esports just had a better draft. Well, easier to execute, you know, in all things. But of course, we're back. You know, thank you for being patient. ALVA 8 still able to keep this game within touching distance. Just a mere 2,000 gold disadvantage. They really want to take Haroski though. Three members in this bottom lane. If they can kill him, they will be good. But it's not going to be easy though. Good engage, lock him down, Vengeance Pop, pull him back, and that kill goes over to Aaron Shiki.
Sweet, sweet moves coming in from the rest of ALVA 8, but that's also very heavy commitment now. Kevs is looking for a golden opportunity, spotted out by Eliora, and Xian's going on the chase. But this is a Martis that you're dealing with. You won't be expecting him to be easily caught off guard. While the rest of Sway Esports, they're just holding them off. It's all down to Jirachi to change things happening over the top side, and he's slowly faltering.
Whoa, good hold by Jirachi. Love that movement. Flickers to avoid the feather airstrike, jumps on top of Love Scar, gets the passive shield, and actually gets a 1-for-1 trade. All in all, that is the best case scenario.
Yeah.
ALVA 8. That was not what you wanted if you're Sway Esports. They did get the tier 2, but I mean, Jirachi able to hold on like that, you are very happy with the result.
Yeah, it definitely is a good scenario overall, because when you're being outnumbered like that, there's no way out, and you just fully commit and still get something in return. And that gives him a little bit more edge, even though despite being 2-0 down initially, to get a little bit more goal in return. Now, ALVA 8 still has that confidence to start the Lord, and Jirachi is already back up online. Sway, gotta respond in kind.
It's not going to be easy though. Lord down to half health, ALVA 8. They gotta commit to this. There's no turning back right now. Haroski instantly pulls the vengeance. Aaron Shiki completely assassinated. And the Feather Israel drops like 2. Can they at least get the Lord? There's no chance for ALVA 8 to do anything. Ambitious and audacious, but Sway Esports punished that audacity. 2 kills for Sway. I mean, ALVA 8, what do you expect out of that?
Yeah, now we're just seeing this level overload for Sway Esports, having everything in the bag. They just basically take their time over a mid side, and they just have this full wave crashing in. 2 turrets in the row, and they're just going to be running in for the inhibitor if they do get the chance to. And even the bottom side being absolutely exposed. Haroski's got to be careful though. Doesn't really have the health bars to be dealing with 2 members outside of Alter 8 for the time being. But look at the Lord. This is just immaculate setup across all lanes. And it's really drawing the attention for ALVA 8 all across the board.
Yeah, props to Haroski, you know, the full magic damage build. Instantly, he just assassinated Aaron Shiki. He couldn't do anything, and now the wall charge into a Feather Airstrike. And Aaron Shiki, what are you doing in the front line? ALVA 8 losing the only damage source at this point. So Esports getting the top inhibitor, but the bottom wave still crashing in. Someone needs to clear it. Cavs is going to play distraction on the top side, and now Haroski once more just dashing in and out of those 5. Vinsmo charging up, kind of looking for an engage, but cannot find it.
Yeah, and the Grok is definitely not the target you desire as well. So much weakness involved. This is where Break Even just walks right in without a shadow of a doubt. But there is retaliation coming from ALVA 8. Jirachi's looking for something, but the mobility, it just gives Sway Esports a little bit more wiggle room. And here comes the Feather Airstrike, dealing some damage to Haroski. In a little bit of a predicament there. If he should commit, we'll be able to get his way out.
Yeah, Vinsmo didn't have his flicker for another 10 seconds, so he cannot do anything much. And that's the power of the Melissa ultimate. Just now we saw that go away, getting used. Jirachi committed a Chieftain's Rage, went for the flicker. Lovska just presses one button and he completely locked Jirachi out. He went from having a 3-man slam dunk to having none. ALVA 8 trapped basically in the vicinity of their own base.
Break even?
Break even, he's not bothered at all. I mean,
He's really playing with fire, huh? Just having the members of ALVA 8 to be drawing attention towards him. Whereas for Sway Esports could also eventually go in with a wraparound if they do overcommit. There we go, Tyrant's Rage being utilized by Vinsmoke very early on. But of course, not having damage numbers without the rest of the members of ALVA 8 committing. You still have to deal with the pushes coming in from Horosky because all these inhibitors, they have to keep healthy and alive, despite it being extremely brittle. But it does open up a little bit more window for them to go in for a re-engagement if Sway Esports ever overextends.
I honestly don't see a way, for ALVA to come back unless they get this Lord. It's getting whittled down. Zian. Oh, you're very brave. Right in the front line. Jirachi forced back by Horosky. Forced upon the Vengeance. Ereshiki. Oh, almost dies to the recoil damage from that Vengeance. And now better airstrike. Ereshiki forced away from the fight. Vince
still alive.
Can't get Horosky. And Leora does find him. But he has bought enough space for the Lord to be secured by Sway Esports. So at the end of the day, it is still a win for the Sway.
Quite the valiant play coming in from Horosky. There's a risk of life to get such a huge advantage for the team. Sway Esports just knowing what exactly to do. Whereas ALVA 8, they got so distracted, they have no openings heading into Lord, where if you don't really attend to Horosky, you're also having so much more of the potential to be clipped out by the rest of Sway Esports. So they didn't really dare to risk it. I mean, just a consolation prize getting that kill. Now the problem is, with a lot in effect and swiftly moving over top side, the rest of Sway Esports can just march down mid, and you already have the Martis to be cutting through bottom. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a way out for ALVA 8 this time.
Good news is that Carry is very good at shredding targets with a lot of health. Jirachi has to commit his own ultimate to clear that wave. There's still one more wave coming in though, so it's not done just yet. But Sway Esports, they're looking for the bottom inhibitor. Vinsmoke charging on the Tyrant's Revenge. Can't find anything. Has to cancel that one. Horosky, he's already making work, rotating to the top side. He's demanding attention from ALVA 8.
Yeah. For the time being, they still have the ample amount of wave clear, so ALVA 8 is still going to be able to basically hold on to their ground. And Zian has been able to at least hold these waves back. I guess we'll definitely have to wait for another Lord for them to be able to secure much more for Sway Esports. But Cavs now blocking their passage. They're hoping to at least battle for that purple buff. For the time being, it's still a relative risk. Don't want to overstay and overstep into these areas. ALVA 8 doesn't have priority across the map for the time being.
A lot of pressure right now on Zian and Vinsmoke, trying to clear out those brushes. If you get caught by Horosky, that is basically good night. Even, we've in the previous fight, Ereshiki can't even get into the fight, right? Horosky is threatening a dive. The Vengeance basically kills Ereshiki if he tries to attack the Joy, and if he tries to re-engage Barbie, she's there with the Feather Airstrike. ALVA 8 on full defensive mode.
Yeah, they're just hoping to find a final battle upon this Lord, and they're just hoping this time around they could absolutely protect Ereshiki and allow him a little bit more of that window to pop off. Malefic Roar now online for Melissa. And this is just getting much more difficult. I mean, Vinsmoke hasn't really found those perfect opening window. CN has been pretty much the brick wall. Hasn't been able to contribute too much, though. They've been playing a tad passively because they've been pretty much behind after a couple of all these turtle battles that they had. And now, this is where they have to draw the line. CN will try to go in with a little bit more of a tug of war and see how many members of Sway Esports will commit.
Bottom lane, already both XP laners are occupied. Essentially a 4 versus 4. Horosky should be able to draw attention away. Zian forcing that Feather Airstrike out. The Sway Esports want to continue committing because Horosky, he's also threatening the middle wave as well, and he is just buying so much time. Zian, he's trying to stay alive for as long as possible, and Sway Esports, they are very, very patient. They're letting Horosky do the work. Bottom inhibitor gone, mid inhibitor also most likely going to fall as well. All 3 lanes exposed.
My goodness, just look at the effectiveness of Horosky. He's just basically running away with every single inhibitor, and eventually we'll be able to regroup with the rest of the team. And what could this slap would do? This is where they will go in for a full-blown fistfight.
Yeah, Ereshiki gotta get a kill, but he just cannot do it. It is just not possible for ALVA 8 to stand. From the draft itself, Sway Esports has already gotten ALVA 8's number, and it is a matter of how fast this game progresses and how Sway Esports executes it, and they have done it immaculately. 12-4 is the score now, but I think it's going to be a bit more as this game nears its end.
Yep, it really goes down to the final few moments, and with two members being blown to smithereens, Vinsmoke as well as Aaron Shiki, who's only got very little timing window to come back up online, but they should be able to actually hold out for the time being until Sway Esports establish control on every side of the lane. Now, the Lord approaches. This is where pressure is on ALVA 8. We really have to throw bodies into the mid lane. Clear it as soon as possible and try to keep Aaron Shiki alive, or else they are absolutely doomed and they will have to pull this into the third game.
How do you stop this lore? I mean, you need Aaron Shiki to melt it, but you need Azian to tank that. Lots of ass for the Aaron Shiki.
Cavs
Getting the damage out at Leora. He's also trying to clear the wave, and there it is! Break even right in with the flicker. Finding the important targets. And that is all done and dusted. We wanted a game 3. This series deserves a game 3, and we will get a game 3.
We're going all the way here with Sway Esports, tying the knot and marching forward to be able to give themselves another shot into the 2K prize pool here in the Open Finals. And of course, still a couple of steps to go before they make their way into the Grand Finals. Sway Esports just absolutely showing us a masterclass of how you execute a draft into perfection. And let's take a look back once more into how they've been able to get these leads.
This is one of the most impressive individual outplays, individual performance from ALVA 8, but that is pretty much it. Everything else was basically Sway Esports in control. I mean, if you want to compare the XP laners, Haroski definitely takes the MVP of this game. So much impact around the map. Doesn't have the much kills, but it's not kills that matter in this sense. And of course, all these fights was ALVA 8 being forced to take. You know, Sway Esports just didn't give them any room, and this final moment from break even just perfectly orchestrated. And ALVA 8, they gave Sway Esports a right hook in game 1, and Sway Esports came back with a left uppercut.
Well, I just love the way you put it, because this really feels like a boxing match overall. Without Paquito in the ring, it won't be a fair fight. And anyways, going into the stats, yes, Haroski have contributed so much, but look at Kevs though. Overall, all he's been able to seek out all these prime targets, and Aaron Shiki along with Iliora didn't really get to play the game because you have all these setups that has been denying them any form of entry. And the moment that they step into range, you have Feather Airstrike coming from Barbichi, and you've got this Melissa that's been able to just shred them down as well. So there's just not much of a window for ALVA 8 to be able to go in with a clean fight. And it really doesn't help that Jirachi has always been distracted with this Joy to deal with on the side lane.
Yeah, if you ever try to catch a cat that is running around, you know that as a mere mortal, it is near impossible, and Lapu Lapu is not equipped to do that. 1-1 is something that I think was kind of expected. You know, we wanted to see Sway Esports punch back, and indeed they do. Basically just dominating ALVA 8 the way that ALVA 8 dominated them in game 1, which means that it is not over yet. One more game coming up, but for that we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, one team will spend the last 30 minutes in the Open Finals. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
I'm a different berry on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a sun on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index. Reflecting light, that's a princess business. My fate is strong, standards are high. My crown so big, I'm a blessed alive. They don't know, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. 100%, for sure, 100%, proud, 100%. 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%. For sure 100%. Proud 100%. I do 100%. Мы из Украины, братьям привет. Мы из Украины, сестрам привет. Воля и сила, це наш спірит. Ми без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, мили, жовто-сині кольоро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила, наше слово, то є флоу. А над нами тільки Бог, лише з ним ми до перемог. Інше сіто є фрод, Богу слава, лише аплоз. Благословіння, мій word. Наші люди, наш support. Squad game, with the Lord, most high, word. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, I do 100%. For sure 100%. Proud 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%. For sure 100%. Proud 100%. I do 100%.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Hey, boom! Put your lighters up, represented where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. To all the old and the youngster, if nobody can put you under, stand up then if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Make them know that you're a conqueror.
You're currently watching the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and it looks like Sway Esports have done a fatal sway blow on towards ALVA 8 and now pulls it to the third game of the series.
Yeah, absolutely swaying the favors, tipping the scales. It's not one-sided yet, but we're back to square one. So all of this would not have been possible without our friends and partners again at Snapdragon, it's at Samsung Galaxy. Thank you very much for being a part of the Snapdragon Pro Series. You know, they joined this family late last year, but they've stuck with us through thick and thin. So do check out their new product, the Galaxy S22 Ultra. It is an ultra epic phone. I personally love it.
I love it too, and you can basically level up your gameplay. You can have a great display on the screen, and of course, super smooth gameplay throughout any form of genre that you'll be playing. So that's where you get to level up.
Yeah, it's a big part of my life. I remember when I was in 9 years old, I used to have this Samsung flip phone. It's black in color. That thing stuck with me throughout my primary school years, and you know, I've been a big fan ever since.
Yeah, and most of my family members, they're just basically having like collection of Samsung phones as well, from the Note series, and like they try to keep up to speed. We gotta try to save up for one as well.
Same. Well, I've seen it in action. Well, some of our peers, our mutual peers, use it. It looks fantastic. So it's gonna be the next goal. Maybe that is how I'm gonna win my ranked games. But for these teams, I think they have something more important than ranked games, and it's their tournament lives and prize money.
That's right. And then there's about 2K on the line if they make it to that #1 spot. And currently in the quarterfinals, things look pretty intense. Where today we've been getting full series up ahead. Now, you see the power struggle still remains between the Filipino teams versus the Indonesians, where now it's going up to a tie and they have just play styles of their own. It really boils down to this very final draft, and now, so to speak, we're about to witness all the glitz and glory going to only one of the teams available, and one would have to sit out for this Open Finals.
And one thing that we can be sure is we will not see Joy ever again. That hero is getting axed out 100% in the first phase.
You know what it really reminds me of? When Uranus used to be that broken hero where you just couldn't really take him out of the battle. This time, Joy's literally going to be exactly the same. You distract everybody on the side lane, and you just have advantages across your map. Like, you make your team enable a 2-win condition into most of all these course of the battle. And now, moving into the draft, ALVA 8 starts off with a 1-1 ban.
And ALVA 8 definitely didn't expect to be in this position. Well, considering that they had such a breeze in game 1, you can definitely feel a bit more tension in the room. Whereas if you're also Esports, I think you got the dream comp in game 2. I feel like to a certain extent, ALVA 8 gifted them that composition. We're probably going to expect that reset, right? If you're also Esports right now, you're looking for potential Joy ban. The rest should be the same, 1-1. I don't think Faramis is a big issue. I don't think Moskov is a big issue. I think from what we've seen, maybe the Melissa deserves a bit more attention because even in the previous series, Melissa has been a big condition for a lot of these games.
Yeah, and it's just being let through for most part, where you see amplification damage coming in from the back line, and she's just going to be able to run through a majority of all these players if it was being left unattended. But most often than not, we see even the Martis being that core pick coming in from Sway Esports, where ALVA 8 also really has to take into consideration that, this jungler has been running around Rosie as Cavs goes undefeated, not being able to even get their hands onto this Martis, and he's been able to have such a stellar game. I'm hoping to see the same thing happen once again for Cavs.
And I think that Martis now is going to start moving up that hierarchy of top heroes to pick, because I think it is giving a lot of impact in that jungle. You have a hero that is not easy to kill off. He ignores crowd control. He has an execute that resets, on takedowns.
Yeah, the decimate is just so lethal.
Very, very high value in the coming games. I think it's great to finally see Martis on the board. It's something that our friend Terrace has been preaching since last week, and it's great to finally see it being displayed a bit more often. So Esports going for the Valentina ban, and ALVA 8 actually playing it safe. They take out the Faramis.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty pesky as well on how they've chose to handle certain situations, and you don't want all these efforts to really go to waste where you've just blown out every single ultimate and you still couldn't really take it down due to this farm. It's still left intact. Now the 8 has got core decisions to make. They still have to get rid of this Kaja. And now, pressure onto Sway Esports to see what do they really want to leave open for ALVA 8. We've seen Glue being banned out throughout the course of the series, and perhaps they should want to go for another go where ALVA 8, they needed something that's a little bit more disruptive and someone to be able to gel the enemies all together. And perhaps that is one pick that they want to take out, but they still have other things in mind where we've seen, a little bit more priority on the side lanes with what we've seen so far. Benedetta being one of the bans that they go to.
I bet the discussion right now happening is, do we want to ban Joy? Or do we want to let Joy go? Right? We have seen what we can do with Joy in game 2, and while they let the Joy through once more, so Esports tend to kind of take a gamble at this. ALVA 8, are you tempted to take the Joy? And if so, of course they are tempted. What is Sway Esports' answer to this? Surely they have an answer.
I believe that Sway Esports is about to school this Joy overall because they had this whole preparation going on for them. So what exactly is the answer? You need lots of crowd control, enough burst damage to be able to deal with this Joy that can be, if left unattended, just going to be having a lot more room to breathe throughout the course of the battle. So expect Sway Esports to eventually look for a camp on towards the lane, and there you go.
There it is.
A Franco just to basically lock her in place.
Yeah, if you have two heroes that can disrupt the Joy, if she decides to dash in and play disruption like the pesky feline she is, you have that Ashura to knock her aside, you have this Franco to basically use that Bloody Hunt to lock, to kind of pin her down. That is if you get on top of the Joy, which we have seen is not easy, and it's definitely not getting any easier when you have the Atlas and the Eve. Big combo coming through. If you want to stand still and try to grab the Joy by the tail, you gotta be ready to get linked up and dragged back into this real world manipulation. So there's a lot of potential from ALVA 8.
I see a huge commitment from ALVA 8 to really commit into team fights, and I wonder, can they actually get that clean execution, especially now you have the clock to deal with as well. Like, you can easily just move away, just dash outwards, and then maybe return to the battle with the Blazing Duet. So if it's a 5v5 they want, Sway Esports is going to deliver with their own 5v5 setups as well. Of course, pressure is on when you do have Frankel on the line, so this Eve really has to find a way to keep herself safe.
Yeah. And fun fact is that, for those who might not know, you cannot actually cancel the Eve ultimate with your Iron Hook anymore. You used to be able to, but now she just continues using it. So yeah, that's a bit of a bummer if you are any Franco players. She doesn't need to take Purify or whatever anymore. Normally you take Sprint anyways. Kind of a minor safety net for this hero. So Esports though, banning out the Archive, definitely need to get rid of that jungler. There's enough disruption from ALVA 8. I do think that this opening for ALVA 8 is so much more solid. Again, the Benedetta ban. There's still the Farsa online, I suppose. If you want to really, if you really want to be able to kind of burst your target, but then again, you have this Joy running around. So there are layers of consideration if you are Sway Esports.
True enough. As for Sway Esports, we're still looking to secure themselves some EXP lane that's going to be able to hold out against this Joy. And I started to wonder, like, with them taking out Ling, which, hasn't been much of the priority in the majority of all these series, ALVA 8 does not just need to rely on Atlas to really go in for those huge pickoffs when it comes down to these battles. It still needs somebody that's beefy enough to withstand certain damages, especially with what Caps has offered early on. Now they get their hands onto Glue, so Sway Esports, they're just looking to break wall the rest of ALVA 8.
Of course, the final pick is going to be that mid laner. Sway Esports kind of shifting that responsibility over to Barbie Chi. Right? In game number 2, he has been instrumental on that Farsa. And now they have a chance to pick that Farsa again. It really comes down to what ALVA 8 has in mind. Still the jungler and an XP laner, still that jungler and the marksman that they have yet to reveal. Melissa is still on the board, and they picked the Hanzo. Okay,
I really didn't expect this. I mean, who's he expecting to catch? Or is this going to be a backdoor Hanzo that we're going to be expecting on the side lanes? Well, now to even commit with Brody, I see huge damage amplification coming from ALVA 8. But if they don't really get the right resources, then it could be pretty much difficult for them to actually get back to the game. But mind you, you would see this Hanzo to have smooth transition when it comes down to jungling across, where you can just basically gobble up a buff very instantaneously. So perhaps their idea here is to deny more of these resources coming from Sway Esports very early on, and then they will basically punish them all throughout.
Yep. Can you catch a shadow? Sway Esports going to answer that question, and I do think that this Hanzo, in the right conditions, will be able to outpace this Martis, like you mentioned, right? Kind of gobble up those buffs to really just outmaneuver the Martis. Farsa eventually comes through for Sway Esports, but ALVA 8 in the deciding game pulls out something that I don't think we've seen for a very, very long time, but it's fitting for the final deciding game of this lower bracket series. Again, ALVA 8 against Sway Esports, Indonesia on one side, Philippines on the other. Let's see how this pans out.
There we go. The final hurrah for either side of the party to make their way into the grand finals of the Open Finals bracket. We're seeing when push comes to shove, ALVA 8 pushes it to 5th gear, or if they have 8 gears, I mean, yeah, propel forward as fast as you can. Let's take a look at some stats coming from Kevs. This guy has got impeccable KP throughout the course of the battle, and thanks to his perfect KDA from the past round, they've been able to seek things out. Oh, break even. Oh, he flickers away, but he's just one hit away. Jirachi will be punished instead, and he's going off course. This will be first blood for Sway Esports.
Oh my goodness, break even. One hit away. You can't even see his health bar. Walks out alive. First blood goes over to Sway Esports. Disaster if you're ALVA 8.
And that was supposed to really working out in favor of ALVA. Just needing that one hair strand of that auto attack. And he doesn't get it. And all thanks to a reactive flicker as well. Of course, Break Even won't be able to rely on that later on to play a little bit more offensively on this Franco. But when you take a look at Vinsmoke, we did see a little bit more pressure being put onto Break Even as well. This Brody will be able to have ample of that safety net. So this Clot, I believe that, you know, it's just typical goal lane things where it's just going to be having a farm fest going on. So attention will be drawn towards the top side of the river as the turtle is currently being spawned up. As Sway Esports set their side to eventually secure it, but there's not really all too much of a retaliation coming from the side of ALVA 8. RBG is going to be able to reposition very quickly, and now they spot out this SINAI going on.
Did he drag Vinsmoke under the turret? Get a kill? Caps easily. Uses the Retribution to secure the turtle, so far so good for Sway Esports. Not the starter you want to look for if you're ALVA 8. You know, just now we saw Jirachi trying to attempt, you know, a potential kill in the Barbie Chi, but it's the Farsar, right? He just turns into a avian and get away. You know, Haroski is also not the easiest target to take down. Jirachi has to expend the ultimate. Ziguru is just gonna keep healing up.
Yeah, and overall, other than of course Jirachi being, you know, semi-tank, semi-marksman.
What a drag!
Oh my word!
What a drag! I mean, this is just best case scenario.
Break Even is just flexing his muscles like, my goodness, like he got away from death itself, and now going for another pick. This is where he might not stand a chance anymore.
Better airstrike, taking out, at least forcing CN back. Caps comes in, Arishiki tries to go for a backflip, able to get out of it. Jirachi shows up. Back up isn't that, though, Jirachi. You gotta be really careful. Don't get locked down. Haroski is around as well. Break Even getting jumped on. Jirachi forced to use the Vengeance. Caps not able to clip him with that pair of scissors. ALVA 8 able to escape.
And great coverage coming from the rest of Sway Esports as well, just wrapping out the entirety of that river to really force ALVA 8 off. And great timing on the further airstrike as well. CN just walks away with a slither of health on the Shadow itself. Now, ALVA 8 really's got the focus on getting resources back into this game because they're already having 2K of a deficit early on. Picks after picks, and it's really down to this finesse being shown by Break Even. Every single hook has resulted onto something at the very least, or it really startles ALVA 8's tempo where they really want to respond. Do I commit to my member being pulled off, or should I just, you know, let him be? We'll just carry on forward and our turtle up.
There's only one guy that you don't really want to hook, and that's the Atlas, but I mean, before that, he just gets absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
So it's not even your tank now doesn't want to get hooked, and it's gonna be a bit of a problem.
And keep in mind, like, there's not really too many designated tanks in this game other than Vinsmoke. So other members being a little bit more of a glass cannon, I would say, it wouldn't really offer too much in retrospect. ALVA 8 challenging.
Try to steal this turtle, but no, Caps just a bit more accurate with that retribution. He does give his life up, but a bigger price was paid. Aaron Shiki gets caught down bot.
Oh boy, 1-for-1 exchange. I guess like ALVA 8 will take whatever is necessary as he did not manage to secure themselves that turtle. So Esports just doing so much pressure across the map, and now Jirachi really's got to hang in tight towards this turret. Barbichi just slowly floats away. Typical of Farsa things where you just get a little bit more of that map pressure going on. And that's how Sway Esports have been able to garner all these advantages. Just keep on distracting ALVA 8, slowly chip some of the damage onto all these objectives. Yeah. And then after that, you just look for those openings to commit to a fight.
And as a Joy, you want to be able to kind of dash around the map, but if you are restricted in terms of movement, it does get very suffocating. So ALVA will be able to secure the top tier 1, and even as a glue, there are limitations of how much punishment Haroski can take. So Esports turning their attention to the bottom tier 1, they really want that turret, and they should be able to get it.
6-minute mark, and we're already seeing Blade of Despair being built up by Kevs while we have an ISQ1 for Iliora. At least they're keeping up to speed, though they are slowly starting to look for an opportunity of their own, diving onto Haroski, but it doesn't seem like it is a clean-cut access. And look at the rest of Sway Esports, they're swarming through mid.
Uh-oh, the Hanzo, well, he's safe. No, his real body is way behind the turret. That's a good thing. At least for now, when you still have that mid-tier 1 up. But Vinsmoke, yeah, he's going to get checked. And with Cabs around, that's not the target you want to go for. Either, break even! Iron Hook, flicker, better airstrike, and the tank is gone. Real manipulation. Used up, Jirachi straight to the back line. Barbie is the target, but I mean, they just completely quell this joy. Jirachi cannot even run around.
Look at the impact of this Franco. 5 participation. And we're looking at a total of 6 picks overall.
Yep.
This guy is just styling on to ALVA 8. And sometimes you just underestimate a pick like Franco because like you've seen it everywhere. You think that, hey, I can dodge that Iron Hook. And now they're looking for more.
Oh, break even. How did you miss that point blank hook? Aaron Shiki still can't get away, but break even will give his life up. Cavs is still in the fight. Barbie Chi getting ran down by Jirachi. Can they get this Farsa out? They cannot. Jirachi finds it, and Cavs, he might go down as well. No decimate this time. Soy Esports gets punished.
Yeah, that was too deep of a dive. I don't believe they could basically walk away scot-free. ALVA 8 at least getting a little bit of something in return, but still a lot of catching up to do, right? Still very much doable, but they need to assess a few situations right here.
Look at this. Look at this hook.
Yep. 2 members right there. It's really sad to see.
Yeah,
okay.
It's one of those moments you just outsmart yourself.
There are times where you think too much and you predict that, hey, they're going to try to dodge my hook, and they're like, okay, we're just going to casually stay right there.
Sometimes, you know, it's not a bad idea to autopilot. You know, that's all I'm saying. Uh-oh, break even. It's fun by the Atlas, dragged back by the Fatal Links, just out of range of the real manipulation though. And a Fatal Airstrike as a response to that break even.
Jirachi
destroyed by the torn apart memory. Jirachi now accesses the backline. No one to lock him down. This Joy can finally run wild. They do root her down, but it doesn't really matter. No damage from Soy Esports.
Just look at how ridiculous it is. With 2 members out there, they're definitely not going to be committing into that. Vinsmoke now getting a little bit beefier with some items being displayed. But then again, I really feel like there is a lot more that they need to really do in order to have that perfect setup of a combo where you want the Fatal Links to drop right in, and then, of course, combo with the real world manipulation and have Zien run around towards the back line. But it's been pretty slippery for them to even get a grasp onto how to catch out this Claude. He's just farming his way out, got the golden stuff. Now they find the pick.
As a flicker into Bloody Hunt, Jirachi uses the Vengeance. Oh boy!
What?
Oh, gets out! And meanwhile, they just lost the glue. Cavs, oh, he wants to get out, but real manipulation is there, stunned up. A backflip to style on him. Cavs is also gone, and this is Lord for ALVA 8.
Just clean executions coming in all throughout, and the rest of ALVA 8. They still have to worry about the map pressure coming in. They did get that turret over on top end, and they will just basically give some space. ALVA 8, they're going to be running away with Lord. No pressure given from the side of Sway Esports, and perhaps this could turn things around.
Yeah, absolutely, and you see that Joy finally being able to acquire some of that freedom to do whatever she pleases. Sway Esports, if that commitment can't take out Jirachi, you have a bit of a problem on your hands. And ALVA 8 for the first time in this game takes the lead. Lord in hand, a bit of that goal advantage. And Sway Esports, you gotta be a bit more careful. Break even. Coming to a second item, Immortality. He knows that, sure, you know, he is the one that's gonna isolate members from ALVA 8, but if he gets isolated, he completely loses his effectiveness.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as ALVA 8 is currently going with this form of commitment where you're just splitting across the map with a 1-4 setup, and with the Lord as a +1, you're just getting more of these turrets up ahead. Sway Esports could not really find the 5v5 that they desire, even though, sure, you can catch one out with break even, but we can basically force and shove every single part of lane. And now, I guess, in return, they've only got one turret thus far. Half damage being done towards the top turret, and now we're looking at Vinsmoke hoping for a catch.
Thankfully, Cavs is a Martis, so he's not worried at all. They're trying to get this tier 2 mid, BUTWHY. Forced away by Jirachi. ALVA 8, only good for one tier 2 thus far with that Lord. He got the bottom one, so Sway Esports still holding up pretty solid.
But it definitely is pretty risky for them to even defend this tier 2 turret over the top side. Vinsmoke just gating his way out. Just forcing a little bit of a challenge coming in, and I believe that ALVA 8, they still find themselves a little bit more of that wiggle room and as well as advantage. More than a minute from now on, there is going to be a priority of a setup on towards that bottom side of the river where you look at the rest of Sway Esports. They're already shoving that wave in, drawing a little bit more attention coming out of ALVA 8 in hopes that they will be able to respond in kind. Sway holding themselves back, and as the game progresses, I feel like the scaling will eventually fall off for the Smartest, for the Franco even. So a lot of tension now being built up, especially Love Scars need to find that perfect timing to blow that Blazing Duet upon majority of ALVA 8.
Break Even now has a even, bigger responsibility. Can you get those dream hooks? They will try again onto Jirachi. This time they have 3 members. Well, they're gonna put Claude out as a bait, but you gotta make the move fast though. Zian, he's already doing so much damage. Caps! Oh, you cannot fight that. Force to pop an ultimate just to kill a shadow.
Oh.
They're gonna try and Jirachi though, suppress again. Jirachi vengeance, and that's it. The Atlas. Oh, the Blazing Duet is not enough. Oh, let's got Page with blood. Break Even also going down to immortality, bringing him back for another prolonged death. BUTWHY has to leave, and that's the second time they cannot get rid of the Joy.
My goodness, Sway Esports, he got no business doing over there. And this was the perfect time as well for ALVA 8 to be able to get those pickoffs. The Lord now being left available. Now Sway has only got 3 members to work with. Here comes full force swinging. And Horosky will be the first one that they'll be eyeing on.
Can they at least equalize the playing field? It's a tall task. Feather Airstrike is there. Keep CN away from BUTWHY, and they do just that. They get rid of Vinsmoke. They prevent Lord attempt, at least for now. Horosky will be forced to retreat, but most important thing is ALVA 8 do not get the Lord.
Just look at how even this matchup has become. We see Sway Esports taking the lead initially. ALVA 8 equalized, took the very first Lord. And now both sides really stand a chance. It's only 1,000 difference between the two.
Oh my goodness.
And he's looking for break even. We'll be able to pull back with the shadows, and Jirachi still chasing in.
Oh, they found his body. What? Oh, Kev found his body, but can you get out in time? I mean, Luska, you gotta save him. The Blazing Duet. Aaron Shiki backflips out of there. And Kev's, he's so low. Jirachi hunting for him, and Jirachi finds him. Meanwhile, BUTWHY has found Aaron Shiki. But can you get out? I mean, the Farsa locked down, just individual kills across the map. And it's ALVA 8 with the numbers advantage. Now Love Sky has a lot to do, but he has Jirachi on his tail, able to port back. Jirachi still trying to catch up to him. Love Sky, you don't have anything left. Ultimate uses the flicker as well. The glowing one burning him down. They use the conceal with their movement speed, and
outplay!
The Houdini from Love Scars.
What a move coming in from Love Scars, but despite that, the rest of ALVA 8 still couldn't find a window of opportunity to secure this Lord. And what a massive outplay. They draw attention, they threw bodies, and they scattered these fights just to buy more and more time and space.
Yeah, MVP individual plays. You love to see that every now and then. Cavs finding the body of Zian. BUTWHY sniping Aaron Shiki, and now Sway Esports. They take initiative. On that Lord they go. Love Scar still needs time. He's stacking up. That skill, Horosky taking a bunch of damage. He's brought back by the Fatal Links. He just does not have enough health. The Lord recess as well. Disaster for Sway Esports.
One member down. Can they pull off another fight that does favor them? While you look at the top wave, it's also being shoved aside, and members of the side of Sway Esports dealing with immense pressure. Break even does not allow any form of space. ALVA 8 secures the Lord.
And just one pickup. I mean, Haroski, he was trying to make space, but I don't think Sway Esports were ready for that. And Lovescar wasn't even close to the fight. And you always have to be careful. It might be a glue, but Vinsmoke, he locks you down regardless. It's an Atlas. This Lord is going to cause massive damage to Sway Esports space.
Yeah, and we look at Sway Esports' damage numbers, it's only enough to burst perhaps 1 or 2 within a certain window of a time frame, and then you have this extended fight where Alpha 8 just thrives having Zian just shredding them alongside with the Brody. So it definitely is a tad difficult now that you see Brody scaling into effect, and now pressure's on, and they dive in!
And that's a flicker into Fatal. Link Jirachi straight to the back line, locked down underneath the crystal, gets bursted. But he has the immortality, real world manipulation, forcing BUTWHY now to counter-attack with the feather airstrike. Oh, they get rid of Jirachi. The Lord is gonna go down as well. Good defense from Sway Esports. Haroski puts his body right in front, but Arashiki is doing massive damage. Watch out for this Brody. Break even can get through, and Lovescar will have to abandon post as well.
So much of pressure onto Sway Esports, and yet again they held on to Dear Alive. Only losing 1 inhibitor is the best case scenario, and they also managed to catch out Jirachi. Just understanding what was at stake at that moment. And Alva 8 doesn't seem that they have the clear line of sight to be able to even find those picks, and this is where Sway Esports look for a catch!
Oh, and the flicker forward into a bloody hunt. Arashiki, you gotta go, and Haroski right on the money. Lovescar comes in with the dance, the blazing duet. Only getting rid of Zian's immortality, but can Cass find a decimate? Yes, just in time. They get rid of the 2 main cores from Alva, and now it's Jirachi's turn to make an impact. Break even, good iron hook, and now BUTWHY the damage. Almost taking down Vinsmoke. Oh, he's so close. Sway Esports finding some signs of life in this match. Jirachi wants to look for the Farsa, can't find it.
This is the best series that we have so far here in these rounds. And we just love to see it extend all the way to the late game. It's already hitting the 18-minute mark. How many more Lords does it actually take? And Sway Esports just kept finding those windows to equalize. And currently, all these numbers of gold might not even matter anymore until this Farsa completes the very final item. And perhaps that's the final power spike that they're looking for.
Yeah, just got the Genius 1 as well. 25 seconds until the next Lord spawns. Make or break time. Jirachi, he's setting up that bottom wave. We've seen what Sway Esports did with that Joy in the previous game. Definitely acutely aware of this part. Give that purple buff over to BUTWHY. He'll need it.
This is the final Lord that will dictate the pace, perhaps, depending on who actually gets a shot at this. And will definitely take a while before they could basically wither down the health bars. Sway Esports having this Franco on the watch. And look at the world of waves now crashing in. Vinsmoke looking for the catch.
Haroski, he does not have the flicker. Not in the position he wants to be in, but he actually was able to stick himself onto Alva's front line. The blading duet comes through. Oh, they found him. They found Arashiki. Oh, Haroski, what a mad lad. You have served your purpose, but he has immortality. They might not be able to kill him. Jirachi, can you do enough? Into the backline he goes, and down he goes as well. They get Zian's body, but Zian is in the front line. That's not where he wants to be. Real manipulation, that's going to buy a bit of time. He is rooted down. Lovescar is treading forward into danger territory, but BUTWHY, he's not done just yet. Feather airstrike to zone Alva 8 out. Sway Esports back in the game.
And this is just perfect. Setups coming in. Sway Esports baited them into that trap, and they just fell short. And we saw, remember, even he had the immortality up online. They chose to focus fire him down, and he stayed on alive for far too long. Sway Esports found their way back, and now the tides will turn. Alva 8 held onto that momentum for the longest time, controlling all his waves, and now Sway gets an even playing field and even reap more rewards out of that. It's just ridiculous how well BUTWHY has been able to pull off those sick bursts of damage coming with the feathered airstrike.
It is such a disaster, right? They wanted to burst Haroski. The idea is there. He didn't have flicker. He pops the Smith, but he sticks onto Vinsmoke, who by coincidence was beside Arashiki, and they both get dragged back. What an unfortunate turn event, and because there is the purple buff for the far side, Barbichi got to use Feather Airstrike 2 times in that small sequence. And
Yeah.
now the pendulum has definitely swung in favor of Sui.
And now how are they actually supposed to clear out that Lord just marching in the way and just this push and pull pressure coming into effect? Windsmoke did purchase a Immortality into this upcoming battle so he can play a little bit more aggressive. So long as they can find that opening window, get Illura to land the perfect real-world manipulation, and that might just be the cue to call. Now pressure is on, Sweet Esports shoving all sides.
Side lane's under attack. Top one is gone. Zian cannot hold it. The bottom lane though, still holding on, but just barely. So Esports, can you get more out of this? The fact that they got the top one is an equalizer. Break even, in danger. Jirachi on top of him. Vinsmoke has found him, but they are all isolated. Vinsmoke able to drag break even back. This is scattered fight. Watch out for Barbichi. She is still untouched. And after all of that, they cannot get any kills, but Jirachi, he's looking for Love Scar, and Love Scar again just pulls a magic trick. And now Jirachi walk down in the fray of Sui Esports Immortality.
The recommit!
And now the recommit is there. Real manipulation, break even, forced to go away. Caps waiting for the opportunity. Haroski, can he stay alive? He cannot. Taken down by Aaron Shiki.
What a catch, and every member stayed alive. Ridiculous effort being displayed coming in from Jirachi with those heroics doing it all alone. And now Sway Esports is just chased all the way back. They have to go in for this reset. How many Lords has it been? Oh, my goodness gracious. We're going for the 4th Lord.
Yeah, it is the 4th Lord. And we get a pause, of course, just for a bit of that cinematic. We need a breather just in time for us to collect our thoughts. But the next Lord is going to be up just as Haroski respawns.
This series is probably the longest running match with both sides really taking their strategies to a whole nother level as well. Like, do you expect Jirachi to really call the shot, go diving deep into looking for a pick, and he actually gets one in return? And after that, bought enough time, and that setup coming in, you saw that real-world manipulation that clipped onto 3 members. And that was that golden ticket. They just revived their hopes and dreams once more. And we just love to see it. This really feels like it's already the Challenge Grand Finals.
Absolutely. I mean, you have both Zien and Jirachi really trying to find those backline axes. As beefy as the front lines of Sway Esports are, you do get shredded by the Hanzo, right? He is absolutely stacked. And finding his real body is not going to be easy, right? He was, fished out once, but that was the only time that it happened. I mean, Sway Esports, they have one more shot, right? They have both side lane inhibitors taken out. They can shove in their side wave. They can set up for the Lord Pit, but it's going to be tight.
This is really tough to call. I mean, whatever the prediction that we put in, like, by now, I'll be happy if any one of these guys won because they really fought tooth and nail for this. Like, they understood what their draft is capable of, and even despite now hitting in the late game, you still see Break Even positioning really smartly to be able to at least contribute in essence where, by now, this Franco doesn't really have the high kill pressure, especially when everybody's got Immortality. Whoever you cook next really has to be that value pick. And I think, like, this is what Sway Esports is currently struggling with.
And on top of the Immortality, well, Immortality actually, I believe you actually sold it, got the Winter Trunken instead. Just so much better.
Yeah.
Instead of, going down and reviving, now you get to really buy time with that invulnerability. So I love the adjustments. A bit more damage, a bit more survivability on top of that.
It's been so many fights that went on. And they just trade so evenly. We saw even on the 2nd Lord where they're going in for that goose chase. They even traded blow for blow, and we saw maybe one team with only one extra member standing in the way. Aaron Shaky with the Brody brings in Immortality just in the nick of time. And perhaps this may just be it. Roski looking and prodding. Yeah, that's only going to be Windsmoke. Not too much pressure going on. Cavs having a little bit of initiative to bring a quarter of HP down coming in from the Lord.
Surely they see this, right? Surely they know this is happening.
Vince should know.
Vinsmoke is right there. His team isn't there. Jirachi.
Are they really going to give way though?
They are not in position. This is cutting it really close. Cavs. Oh, Cavs, he might clear in time. Zian, he's showing up. The Claude and the Franco are not there just yet. They pull off from the Lord. They're waiting for Zen's ultimate to run now. Meanwhile, Horowski, he's putting his body in front right now. He's ready to commit his life. They're looking for the real body. Oh, they were looking for Zen, but the Fatal Link isn't enough to hold this game for ALVA 8. It might be, but they have lost Zen. That was the plan all along. They were baiting for the Hanzo to show up, and they go straight for his mortal body. Love Scar gone on by Jirachi. He's trying to survive, but he has the immortality. He can buy a bit of time. Backup is there. Can Jirachi get rid of the Claude? He does a bit more, and yes, he can. Now Jirachi needs to survive, needs to get out.
Jirachi is still surviving though. He's being stuck upon as Horowski just pulls away. And now all the attention being given. 3 more members still left surviving, but they really have to contend. There's still break even shoving the wave over a mid side, and that will be attended by Jirachi.
Yeah.
And now Vinsmoke, eyes on the prize. Blade of Despair now being bought, but there's just so much on the death timers. I don't think they have enough. Can they make it in time to have a miraculous steal? There's no retribution online for ALVA 8.
20 seconds, 15 seconds. So eSport running it down. Cavs so close. Barbie committing the Feather Airstrike just to bring this Lord as low and as fast as possible. Jirachi has to be shown out. Can you be the hero? He needs a hero! Oh, Eliora! Unbelievable! How did you do that?
It stole it right through the noses, and Eliora gives ALVA 8 a breath of fresh air in such a dangerous situation. And how did Sway Esports let that one slip through their hands, making the impossible happen? And now, Sway Esports, despite having the advantages, they let it slip away.
This game is not ending. We go again. Lord number 4 of this decider match. I wouldn't have it any other way. Break even. Gotta get out right now. Slow down. Vinsmoke on top of him. There is no support for break even. He needs to buy time. And I mean, look at where Love Scar is. He is so far away. Break even. He's gonna lose the immortality. And Leora brought down low, but not low enough. Horowski now switches place with the Franco. They're trying to chase him down, but the game is done. The Lord doing the deed. ALVA 8 pulling it back from the brink of absolute defeat. This is a victory worth celebrating.
And the hero that has done it all with the biggest clutch factor of it all, Eliora, gets the game in return for ALVA 8 to demolish any form more of chance for Sway Esports. And we see them having that advantage. There were 2 members down.
There was no retribution from ALVA 8. The jungler got baited. You know what's the most ironic part? One is Eliora stole the Lord. The other one is he stole it with a skill called Real World Manipulation. And he definitely turned the clocks of destiny in ALVA 8's favor. This is a win that you're going to sleep happily tonight on, but it's also a win that you will look back and think to yourself, it was decided by one heroic move. And that was the mid laner that we laid our eyes on in the pre-game discussion. Eliora, the mid laner of ALVA 8.
And it's really worthy to note that both mid laners really pull off an impeccable performance, right? Like Barbichi was just having so much damage to offer and just cost all these reckless against ALVA 8 for most part. But in the moment that mattered the most, despite Eliora struggling to make ends meet, despite him not having the right position to catch anybody out initially, he stole the most important Lord of it all to end the night with that perfect win.
And Eliora has broken my streak as well, ALVA 8.
That's how impactful he is.
That's how impactful it is. Not only made a comeback for his team, kept ALVA 8 in the lower bracket, but even broke the most dreadful of curses. So Eliora definitely walks on water for this series. But I mean, one of the best ones we had so far in the Open Finals, worthy of a Grand Finals performance. But unfortunately, this show would have to come to an end for Sway Esports. They are out of the Open Finals and will have some time to prepare for the Challenge Group stage. They walk away as the top 6 team of the Open Finals.
I feel like this game itself is so much to unpack. I mean, when you saw that sort of movements of Sway Esports trying to look for Xian, you think that this is done and dusted, right?
That
like,
was the smartest move.
Yeah, and I thought like, you know, like what could be the bigger outplay out of that? Because Sway looks like they could even swarm right in to lead the forefront and might actually break the crystal without the Lord. They recommit to that Lord. And I was really hoping that perhaps that would just be the final blow towards ALVA 8, but of course, not backing down a fight, and man, Snapdragon Pro Series really deliver when winning really matters so much here in return.
Both series that ALVA 8 has played on broadcast had at least one game where they made an impossible, or seemingly impossible comeback. They've done it again. This is a team, I don't know, miracle runs within their blood. I mean, Eliora, what else do we need to say? Flashy as always, very, very solid, but if it wasn't for him, maybe ALVA 8 would have seen their last half an hour.
I could sing praises of him all day long. I could basically go back and rewatch the VOD again and again. That is worthy of highlights that could be even posted in international waters for everyone to witness how glorious that still was, and how time and time again ALVA 8 pulls back from a deficit and really claw their way back into the series. This push and pull going on, I really have to commend both ends of the team, but Eliora really have stepped up to the plate when everything was down to that one pixel of damage.
Yeah, and if we are looking for mid laners to watch out for the top 4 teams, I mean, Eliora, I think, has staked his name in a very, very dominant spot. This name would live on for a while, even if ALVA 8 do not make it until the end. I think you would remember this guy, so you know, ALVA 8 can let that sink in, just how much Eliora has done. But a heartbreaking defeat for Esports, one of the worst ways to go out.
Indeed, of course, they at least put on their best performance yet, so they definitely have, you know, their pride intact by the end of the run, and I do believe that when it comes down to the challenge stage, we will be looking forward to perhaps a rematch coming in from both sides of the team to settle the scores. I'm pretty sure that they have a vendetta, and we definitely see that there are things that both teams could still fix on in respective matches of the series. And now, I believe that we are also hopping into an interview with our winners of the match, and please welcome Xian.
Yep. So we have Xian from ALVA 8. I don't know if you can feel this. Welcome to an interview. Thank you for taking out your time. My heart is pumping. How is everyone feeling right now after that miraculous win?
I think we all shocked because we never know gonna win because the Lord is in the base. I mean, like, everybody's shocked when we all say the minimap and the Lord already end the game.
My goodness, like, this is a back and forth series where there were times where you guys were losing objectives, and definitely Sway Esports have been giving you guys a hard time, and then you guys found that footing. Is there a moment in time before that final Lord fight happened that you guys finally feel a lot more confident that you guys could basically take them for that 5v5 full-on fight?
Yeah, we are so become more confident when Eliora get the Lord. I mean, like, it's just so lucky.
Okay, so I can feel that you all are very, very happy. I mean, your smile is right there on your face. I'm gonna let you guys keep that happy mood. So I wanna ask you this: how is there a celebration for Eliora? Did you guys like toss him up in the sky? You know, did you form a mosh pit for him to ride along? Like, what is the reaction of the team when he steals the Lord?
I think it's already been, I mean, like, it's just usually, I mean, like, Eliora is a good player, so yeah, we don't really have, you know, like, we already know that Eliora is, I mean, like, what can I say? Because, yeah, could be music, okay. Yeah, we are happy, I mean, like, we are shocked because Eliora get the Lord, and yeah, I mean, like, I'm so nervous.
It's absolutely amazing, and you know what? You guys have already qualified to the challenge stage, and I just really want to check on the team as well. How's preparation coming along when it comes down to, you know, getting into the next phase where, of course, you guys are currently contending for more prize money at the moment?
What are our preparation for the next match? We're gonna more try hard for the practice. We're gonna try do more than before
Right.
to win the match again. Tiger Wong, like Tiger Wong.
Yeah. So you know, I still think it deserves a bit of a celebration. You know what? I'm gonna leave you on a good note. I don't know, pass your details or Elira's details, you know, to me. I want to treat Elira to a good meal. I treat you guys to a good meal because I think I'm gonna have a good dream about that steal tonight. Nonetheless, congratulations. You guys have more matches to play. I'm gonna send you off to have the rest of a good night. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Those are the kind of plays that really stick with you for a long, long time.
Yeah, and you can just see how ecstatic they are, and CN was also trying to catch a breath in between. Like, that was exhilarating, and we just can't wait to see how much more that they could basically bring to the table, because they still got more matches happening tomorrow onwards, I believe.
Yeah. The best part is that you have two polarizing teams going up against each other tomorrow, right? In the lower bracket. Tiger Wong Esports, dominant all the way. And then you look at ALVA 8. This is a team that doesn't really have very, very clean games. You know, sometimes they get very scrappy, they get very long, but as a team that just refuses to die, they just cannot die. All these miraculous comebacks, we've seen two already across the entire Open Finals, and tomorrow they're gonna up against a team that today had some of their weaknesses exposed by Evo Esports. So it's gonna be a very exciting one to watch.
That's right, we're already moving into the top 4. Tiger Wong Esports will definitely have to fight for their lives against ALVA 8, and with that crazy retaliation that we just saw. We'll see who will be able to make it out alive, and then they will have to challenge the ones from the upper bracket, and whoever falters will be fighting for another chance itself. So heading into the schedule itself on the Open Finals Play Day 6, this is where we'll see Tiger Wong taking on AES, and later on the upper bracket semifinals, it's GameLab versus PBN.
This is going to be very exciting because tomorrow we will wither the pool down to the top 3 teams. One team between ALVA 8 and Tiger Wong will get eliminated, whereas for PBN Strike and GameLab, they fight for the first slot into that grand finals. And one last thing, if you watched that play just now and you wonder how did it get so exciting, it's because everyone has Monster Energy in them. I mean, Elira unleashed the beast for sure, basically turning time and destiny to his favor. So all because of Monster Energy. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And with that being said, we're gonna leave you with that miraculous series to close out this evening. But do come back tomorrow at same time. 7:20 is when the first series start. We will whittle it down to a top 3 pool. My name is Husky. His name is Contra. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, wish you guys a very, very good night. See you guys tomorrow evening for more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Yeah, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, yeah, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game.